Hello, welcome back to the SNHU esports stream. I'm Connor. I will be your host, and I'm joined here by Rose. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Perfect. We got the finals on our hands here for our SNHU blue team. So this is really big stuff for us, and it's the ECC LOL championships here for this team, and they're going to be playing against Molloy esports here, which happen to be the number one seed in the bracket that they're in right now. So SNHU lined up second there, Molloy number one. So highly anticipated game between these two teams. But let's just get into the draft here. We have the bans coming out from both of these teams, and kind of like we've said before in our past streams, if you've been tuning in, it's going to be really scouting heavy for at least collegiate esports here.
Yeah, we could definitely see that with Molloy esports bans. I mean, Suki's Lucian.
Oh, they're going to take away the Lucian from us. We're not going to be able to see it.
But he's still got a large pool, so he's got lots of opportunity there.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like SNHU's bot lane here, they have so much potential and so many opportunities, just go whichever route they want to. But there is going to be the Syndra lock-in from SNHU, a nice grab that they got for their first pick. Pretty high prio pick, if I do say so myself, for their mid lane.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen so many good Syndra plays this season. And I also would like to point out that her splash art has been updated.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
I was caught off guard by that. It's really good looking. But Molloy esports is going to fire back with these Fiddlesticks and Tristana picks, which are pretty aggressive and kind of keep their options open, I feel like.
Tristana's jumps are super annoying. I personally don't like playing against Tristana, but Zion Rakan, the formidable duo.
That's going to be a nice kind of counterplay here to Tristana, because Zion and Rakan have the survivability and aggression to go toe-to-toe with Tristana in the early game. And that's kind of, the general gist of Zion and Rakan is they're a pretty formidable duo. But we're going to see the Ornn first pick for the top lane. Sorry, not first pick, but he's going to pick top lane first. So he's going to get counterpicked here.
Yeah, Ornn is an all-around strong top laner. He does well in a lot of matchups. I mean, hard to go wrong with Ornn.
Yeah, he's such a reliable pick. He kind of just does his thing, and you don't really change what he does. It doesn't matter how much gold he does or gets, or how much he feeds, really, to an extent. But normally, I feel like if you wanted to pick something like an aggressive top lane here, you'd have to spend a couple bans to at least ensure that you can't counterpick it as hard in the second phase, and that's not really what you want to do. You want to ban towards the picks that haven't really, are need a little bit more attention, like the jungle. Like they get to ban this Hecarim now because they picked that Ornn. So
I actually wonder if Tristana is going to be a Molloy esports mid lane, since we are seeing a ban of Caitlyn on SNHU Blue.
Highly possible here. And Tristana has also been a really great pick in the mid lane throughout the entire season, so it's very probable for that to happen. I didn't actually think about that at first.
I did not either, but it looks like Molloy also banned out that Hecarim, which Dragon Tempest has been doing so well on recently. Yeah,
Dragon Tempest been going crazy on the Hecarim, and also I feel like the Graves band is going to be, I feel like Graves just fits so well into the team that they have right now, but something that we might see could be like a Jarvan, possibly. We've seen a lot of Jarvan, too, in SNHU season. But the Lissandra pick comes out here from Molloy, so it's probably going to be a Lissandra mid lock-in, unless they're doing some crazy stuff here with, like, Lissandra support. I don't know.
Yeah, and it looks like SNHU has banned out that Rel, which is a pretty overall strong support. She is good at peeling for Tristana, and she can go all in, especially Tristana, or Rel is able to stun you, and then Tristana jumps in. It's just a wombo combo.
Yeah, Rel would go, pair and pair with Tristana. I feel like that's a pretty good duo there for them to have. But the Echo pick coming out from SNHU, that's probably going to be a lock-in towards the jungle. Pretty suitable role for Echo to thrive in, and he has been doing so most of the season. And the Fiora pick,
the Fiora is coming back.
That's a really, really hot pick there against Ornn, because this is kind of like it seems like a really hard counter for Ornn, but it's kind of like a skill matchup. So it's actually a really fun matchup to watch in the top lane. But we're going to see that Fiora pick locked in there. That's a really spicy pick from SNHU. And I think this last pick from Molloy is kind of going to, wrap things up for us here. But the last thing they got to pick is the Darius. What? That's just a hover.
Oh, it is locked in. And okay, so now I am speculating. What if this is a Lissandra support? I could be totally wrong.
It could be.
Or Ornn support. You never know.
I'm kind of lost. I don't want to draw any speculations because they're going to be wrong.
I'm definitely speculating, and I think
it could be like a Darius jungle.
It could, and then we could see
Fiddlestick
support. I have seen Fiddlestick support. It doesn't always work too well.
It's not too shabby.
It's not the worst I've ever seen.
Yeah.
This is definitely an interesting team composition for Molloy Esports.
100%. And I can't wait to get into the game, but we're going to take a quick break before we get back to you with that, so stay tuned. Welcome back from that short break. Highly anticipated. The game is ready, but I'm wondering where these picks are going. It was such a weird draft from Molloy.
I know. I mean, I'm really anxious to see what is happening with their team. But now as we get into game...
Ooh, you guessed it. It is going to be that Lissandra support, but I mean, I'll take the money for the Darius jungle. Like, I got the Darius jungle right.
Am I just a genius or what?
I think I'm a genius. The Darius... Oh, wait, it's not Darius jungle. Hold up. Wait, no, you are a genius. Yeah, it's going to be the Ornn mid Lissandra. They swapped, I guess, people or something?
I believe so, but I mean... Hey, I got it right.
Yeah. Props to that. I mean...
And it looks like that Lissandra also has the stopwatch as well, those runes. So we'll be looking forward to how they make use of that later in the game.
Yeah, we can definitely see Lissandra play more of a playmaking role when she does have that Zonius.
Ooh, and both teams making a couple trades right here, just taking a little bit of a health.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really aggressive starting lane here in the bot lane. Especially with the Tristana and Lissandra, they're definitely going to be able to harass it a little bit earlier into this laning phase.
I wonder what Lissandra took first. Oh, it looks like she took her W, which was able to root Liam right here. Ooh. But it also gave Tristana the opportunity to drop a bomb onto it.
Yeah, the W is an interesting choice because they want that for the Aftershock proc, but going so early for those trades is not really exactly what you want to do. I would have just invested in the Q. Honestly.
Yeah, and Lissandra has a lot more utility than you think she would have, especially since her ultimate just completely removes someone from the fight.
Yeah, I like the Ornn flex pick into the mid lane to give the illusion that they were counter picking as red side because they knew that they would try to get that counter pick and then pick the Darius into the Fiora. That's a funny little interaction there by Molloy.
It's like Promo's going in for a couple trades with Steno right here. But this bot lane is just very interesting. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Lissandra makes good use, but it looks like Dragon Tempest is going in for a level 3 gank right here on the Steno. Gets the stun off, and Steno's looking a little low right here. Ooh, and Proma taking first blood right there.
What a bait there. Proma letting him get all those stacks on him and going for that parry was just perfect play there from Proma and Dragon Tempest. So
never underestimate early game Fiora for sure. Her passive is just a lot.
Yeah, it just racks up so much damage, especially true damage. There's not a lot you can do about it. And it doesn't really matter that much or as much in the early game because you don't have that armor and MR, but it still adds up to a lot, especially with the healing.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
In the bot lane, both teams are kind of equal with Tristana, Lissandra having a little bit more prio in this lane. They're kind of able to push it up. But I am looking forward to seeing Suki hopping off.
Yeah, I don't think they're really looking for anything too aggressive and serious here. They are trying to freeze it a little bit, and Tristana doesn't really have the attack range to stop anyone from doing that. So this is going to be a really nice defensive hold that SNHU is putting up in the bot lane.
And in the mid lane, Toxic is just bullying Goku a little bit here. It's having a hard time picking up some CS, which is to be expected since, Syndra is ranged.
Yeah. Syndra is definitely going to take the pick.
Ooh, but Proma getting that stack on, carrying that attack, and Darius pulls him in with a flash.
Ooh.
And he picks up that kill onto Proma. Both of their flashes came out. That was pretty dangerous. Very close call, but both this Tristana and Lissandra are looking pretty low. Suki was able to deal some damage to them, and looks like they're going to have to back right now.
Yeah, that was a crazy 1v1 there in the top lane, but I think, Proma looked like he had it there at the beginning, but the ghost from Steno World along with the flash was just a perfectly timed flash for his heal on this Q.
It was just such a close call right there. But Proma going in for round 2, kind of walking straight up to Steno right here.
Yeah, he could try to chase her, but I would probably just either. Oh, he's going to slow push that wave.
Ooh, and Lissandra comes in with that E, is able to get that root onto Suki, and the Ignite comes out. Suki looking low on mana, is going to have to flash out of there to avoid that Tristana. Tasso with that Q, doing so much damage, flashing on and rooting. Tristana able to get that bomb off and has slain Suki right now. Liam trying to get away from that Lissandra passive, which just almost got him right there.
Yeah, the flash W from Tazo being the playmaker of that one there. That's just kind of the general trend I think we're going to see with the Lissandra support is having that utility.
For sure, and her W is not to be messed with, especially since she can teleport in on you.
Yeah, she can just appear right on top. So she could definitely be the engage for a lot of these fights. But
Dragon Tempest is coming in from a gank from behind, possibly saving Chroma right here, and they are able to pick up that kill. Chroma left with just barely any health.
Oh, Chroma died to the bleed.
The bleed, yeah.
So unfortunate there. He just bled out from Darius's passive. Always got to watch out for that. It can catch you off guard, and I'm pretty sure it is true damage, so.
And looking forward to seeing what the ganks from Fiddlesticks are going to look like. I believe he's going to be waiting until he gets that ultimate.
Yeah, and that's kind of the general trend of, sorry, I'm saying a lot, of mage junglers is they kind of just wait for their 6 because their level 6 is mostly their most influential spike for early game. And especially speaking Fiddlesticks, like his ultimate is just so influential in team fights, and even ganks can get you off guard really quickly.
And right now, it looks like both teams are pretty much equal gold right now. There is quite the gap in mid lane, though.
Yeah, mid lane, it's going to be hard to walk up to that wave and farm when you're the melee born, but once he has that Dorn Spring and that Null Mantle, that's going to provide a lot of protection. It's just, if Toxic is able to keep up with his PS and actually get the damage, it could be very scary with the engagement coming out here from the bot lane.
And this first Drake is up right now. It looks like Fiddlesticks is going to be recalling. Hasn't quite yet gone for a gank, but I am looking to see which team is going to be in this pit first.
It looks like Dragon Tempest is already on his way there, but Promo getting stacked up here.
Sandra being able to scope out some of these wards right here around the pit.
Yeah, Sandra's smart going for that early vision going into the subjective, but it seems like their jungler path towards top lane, and that might be.
Dragon Tempest is just waiting around the corner right here. Tasso is able to escape that with the E, and they kind of just get a free get out of jail card right there.
Yeah, that was a nice play counter gank there, or not counter gank, escape. No summoners were really used or anything. They just got all that one for pretty much free.
Dragon Tempest is going to be the first one onto the Drake, but Fiddlesticks is going to counter jungle that by taking the Rift Herald.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice trade here, and we might see Molloy kind of shift their focus towards a more top heavy game here and try to capitalize off the lead that SNHU World has built. But we definitely want to see SNHU play into this bot lane advantage that they have right now. And getting those dragons is the perfect way to start.
Yeah, and it looks like they were able to pick up that Rift Herald. So I am wondering where would be the best place to drop that. And Toxic does get that stun onto Goku, is able to do a lot of damage, but SNHU's looking low on both health and mana. I wonder what happened up there while we weren't looking.
Yes, SNHU, I think, slow pushed that wave into the turret, but it got Chroma the back, so that's a lot of minions that he's missing to that tower there.
And Tristana was able to pick up that plating. Those bombs just do so much to the turrets.
Yeah, I mean, both of these bot lanes, you gotta watch out for that split because Tristana has the bombs and the attack speed to work with, but Suki has these feathers.
Ooh, and they both did get rooted by that Lysandra. Kind of used that E to escape right there. But they can see Echo recalling right now. So they know where the jungler is.
Yeah, and it's always important how the team reacts off that. But
Suki getting that root, and Liam going in with that W right there, but B1 just responding by shooting them down. Liam popping his ult, and that ultimate comes out from Tristana. Suki flashes and uses that. Ooh, barely able to pull that in.
Just 1 health. That's so unfortunate there.
I think a millisecond of time would have just allowed him to secure those kills, but it was so close.
Yeah, that was just an unlucky one there, but then we're going in.
Ooh, being pulled in. Proma's bleeding a lot here. I don't think he's going to be able to make it out. Oh, and he parries that, but unfortunately falls.
Yeah, that's going to be another kill there for Stenoworld, but Dragon Tempest is going to be able to pick a kill up on Tazo, it seems like.
It looks like Tristana's having a really nice time, but Fiddlesticks is going to be dropping that Herald into top.
That's the tower. This will be the first tower there for Molloy, and I like the way that Molloy has kind of shifted into this top-heavy kind of focus of the game right now, and they've been able to build a 2K gold lead.
They're going to be able to get the second turret right there with that Rift Herald, so 2 charges.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty influential into the rest of this game here. If they can really, hunker down on top lane here, it's going to be hard to really match the Darius if he's going to be splitting the entire game.
Ooh, and Tristana jumping in, able to secure another kill onto Suki.
That's going to be a nice pickup there from Tazo. 102 farm right now with 3 kills. He is definitely eating good right now.
But Proma's just going to have to defend this turret as much as they can. Toxic kind of followed close behind by Echo right now. But we also see Liam kind of scoping out this bush. Lysandra coming in pretty close behind. I wonder what they're planning on.
We got the next dragon up in 1 minute and 30 seconds, but the amount of pressure that Stenoworld is creating, I feel like could definitely influence that. But we are going to see Dragon Tempest get spotted out there in the top side by Luiz.
Suki knows Tasso right there, does get rooted, and Tasso does get out for free. Oh, just such a good tool for Lysandra.
Yeah, and the way that Lysandra can kind of just send that off and really focus on dodging those feathers is the reason that she's able to get out so often, because Suki's trying his darndest to actually get those 3 feathers before he can recall, but it's just so hard when he's strafing side to side.
I think if this Ornn is just able to kind of stay alive. Oh, it looks like Fiddlesticks goes in for that ultimate. Suki pops out his ult, but unfortunately is fleeing for too long and falls again.
Oh,
Goku's ult comes out onto Toxic, but he is able to pop off that E onto Goku, and he just barely survives right there.
Yeah, Goku gonna be able to survive there with that Abyssal Mask. That's gonna be huge, able to cancel that teleport and have your own to work with. That is an incredible play there, especially using his ultimate in that exchange.
I think with all of that magic resist, if he is able to just stay alive and not feed into the Cinder right here, he's going to be so useful later in the game.
Yeah, and he's just going to be an unmovable fortress that you can't really deal with. But Toxic going in here, Tazo, oh my god.
Liam able to charm them, but quickly falls. It looks like Molloy just has so much damage. Suki kind of following close suit behind. They are kind of a little bit scared of Suki right here. They're kind of moving off.
It's a bait. I think they know it's a bait. They don't know where Dragon Tempest is. Got a steal!
That steal onto the Drake right there. Suki is going to fall, but I mean, that was pretty worth it right there.
Yeah, that was really well played from SNHU, trying to get them off that dragon so they could secure that steal there.
It was a really good distraction. Suki was just the bait.
I'm surprised that they figured out so quickly that was a bait too, though. They had vision on Dragon Tempest. But
Put that rocket belt in.
yeah, the rocket belt, the E-rocket belt, that was just such a fast conversion.
Right now, looks like Molloy is doing a little bit better on gold. They have about a 3K, almost 4K gold lead. And Tristana's got a huge bounty over their head.
They pulled the support here to focus on the Herald again, because not being able to get that dragon's a little bit upsetting, but the ability to get both of these Heralds might be a bit of a game changer for Molloy. So SNHU is by no means out of the game right now. They're only a couple K gold down, and they have 2 dragons under their belt. So as the game goes on, they have a little bit more of an advantage because of those dragons.
Suki is probably going to be able to take down this turret right here, which is going to allow them to have more free space to kind of help out around the map. That Lissandra ult comes out onto Cinder right here. Toxic is going to fall to that, but without Dragon Tempest securing another kill. Not a terrible trade right there for SNHU, but Steno World going in with that slash, and Chroma is just trying to run away right here, kind of bleeding a lot. He is able to get away.
Yeah, one more hit there might have been very scary. It could have been death there for Chroma. The ult coming out, oh my god.
And Molloy is able to secure so much damage, but Suki is able to avoid it with his ultimate flashes out to get a good position and is able to take down that Fiddlesticks. Tasso going to have to flash out of that. Ooh, and Suki walking up. God. Looking a little dangerous here. If Tasso is able to pull out a root onto Suki, it might be a little dangerous.
Yeah, but Tasso really needs that teleport to get out of Suki's feathers there, so using it to go in is very risky. He has that aftershock, but it might be a little bit too much than he can chew.
And it looks like they're both able to make it out of this safely. But Suki might be coming back into the game a little bit here. Being able to secure 1 kill is just going to give him a little bit more gold in his pockets to be able to kind of catch up.
Yeah, and I like to really turn the focus to Toxic and Steno World right now. Kind of the key factors in this game right now, because as long as Toxic keeps farming the way he does and keeps up this aggression and kind of constant
Ooh, and he is able to pull off that E on Tasso. Tasso has to ult to save themselves.
Oh, that ultimate has so much utility there. I can really see the utility of Lissandra's support right now.
It is really working well for Tasso. But Goku is going to be pushing this bot lane turret right here, which is going to be pretty valuable for Molloy. Tasso taking a lot of damage to Toxic. Toxic is just putting out numbers right here.
Yeah, and Toxic has that Dark Seal too, along with Dragon Tempest. Both of them could be pretty influential into the future of this game, I feel like, for SNHU. So, but at the same time, Steno World here just being a menace. Along with B1, they're going to be 2 of the, I feel like, main factors you got to watch out for.
And Dragon Tempest might run into a little bit of a scuffle here with that Fiddlesticks. I think they see each other right now. Fiddlesticks kind of, blast coning right into the fight, but I think someone in the bush but wasn't able to get that. He might drop the second Herald down at top lane, and it looks like he's going for it, which is going to be able to take down this turret right here.
Yeah, and they're really going to try to focus on it. Going 1-for-1 here. Molloy going to flash out. Oh my god.
When he unfortunately gets feared right there. But the Drake is coming up in only 26 seconds. Ooh, he jumps onto that. Suki is going to ult and flash, try to get a good position, but unfortunately that Tristana ult just takes him down. But Tasso's in a dangerous spot right now with 3 people onto him. They are able to secure that kill, and Toxic gets a little bit more gold in his pocket.
Yeah, look at the way SNHU is just forming as a unit right now, but oh my god, Toxic.
That Fiddlesticks ult comes out, and he is able to take that shutdown onto Lissandra, or sorry, onto Syndra. And that Orin ult comes onto Liam. Liam is able to dash onto Dragon Tempest right there.
That is just one crazy engagement there. They brought Steno World to this fight, though, so this is going to be a pretty scary one.
Steno World trying to scope out this Echo right here. He might be looking for another steal, but Liam is going to go on to Center World with that W, and he is stunned with that Echo. He's able to pick up that shutdown, and they go all out onto the Fiddlesticks. Echo gaining a double kill, and they're all going after Goku right now, but it looks like they're going to focus their attention onto the Drake. Pretty nice play from SNHU.
He was playing like he had Gore Drinker or something. I didn't know he had Stridebreaker. But that was a little bit of a troll play from Stenoworld. Sorry. I mean, I'm just going to put it out there, but they're going to be able to rotate over to Baron here.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty easy Baron for them. Batasso and B1 are kind of following close by. They know that they're on the Dragon, but I don't think that there's much they can do to contest this right now, especially with their jungler being far away.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to rotate their
Tasso goes in with that W, is ulting, and is able to get a little bit of damage onto SNHU's entire team. Dragon Tempest and Toxic looking a little low. Suki also looking low. I wonder if Goku is going to be able to ult in time, and it looks like SNHU was able to pick up that Baron.
Ooh, did they get out of there? There's no way they get out of there. They just get out of there with the Baron for free?
Oh yeah, and the Lysandra E just pushed them back.
Oh my god. What a turn of events here for SNHU. Going to be 2k gold up with the Baron buff.
I think
on
Dragon
deck.
Tempest actually flashed over the pit.
Yeah, I don't think he had E up yet, and it's just everyone out of there, perfect. And that's exactly how SNHU had to play that. And the past, 7 minutes of this game, just the conversion that they've been making, because the way that Molloy has been playing has been just kind of telegraphed, and they knew that they'd play top lane, they knew they'd place that Herald, took all people. If they could go 1-for-1, that was perfect. If not, and then just a couple misplays from Molloy, like B1 and Tazo, if they pulled the trigger in the mid lane on that fight a little bit earlier, would have been fine, but SNHU was able to rotate and just make the best out of it in the end there.
Yeah, they are really responding well to Molloy. They kind of have a grasp of what they're up to right now, but Tasso's looking a little dangerous. And Liam is able to ult. Tasso is going to have to ult to kind of save himself, but it's not enough. Suki is able to pick up that kill.
You don't need an ult. Just die. Don't ult there.
Yeah, a little bit of a waste of ult right there, but there was nobody kind of close by to save him. I would understand if that was the case, but unfortunately, you kind of know at that point you're going to die.
Yeah.
It's like using Janya's when the entire team is like standing right on top of you.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a waste there, but they are going to be able to push out this tower here, and Chroma is doing a really good job of creating this pressure so that they don't have the ability to draw every single person onto
And they're
their
protecting that Baron cannon minion, which is just easily taken down this turret.
Yeah, it's just so much damage on these turrets right now.
I'm not sure that there's much the three of them can do right now. Lysandra is going to have to eat out of there. Ooh, and that rocket belt comes out from Dragon Tempest. They are able to secure a kill onto the Darius right here. Goku is also going to fall, and it looks like this is going to be the end of game one. SNHU is going to take the win. Oh, the Fiddlesticks ultimate comes out. Dragon Tempest ult out of there, is able to make it out alive.
Oh my god.
Oh, so close. That was a really good ult from Fiddlesticks, but unfortunately it was not enough. This is going to be the end of game one towards SNHU.
What a crazy comeback from SNHU. Just towards that end there, just perfectly played, like, everything Molloy did. I mean, not pulling the trigger fast enough in the mid lane, the Rift Herald and everything, but like they I feel like they just capitalized off of everything they could, and the way that they kind of just like saw the opening and the slit there and just like bolted for it was just incredible.
Yeah, it looked like Molloy had just such a firm grasp on the game earlier on. It looked like SNHU didn't really have a way in, but then they kind of found...
I don't know. Molloy was kind of playing textbook, and SNHU was playing adaptive and kind of a little bit more... I don't know, present. I'm sorry. Like the play of the Darius behind the pit and everything, I feel like you got to put like your mid or something zoning those entrances. You don't really, I don't think you put your top there, but a crazy game. I can't wait for the rest of the set between these two teams. But we do have a guest appearance here on stream here after a quick break between sets here in their team. So stay tuned to see who our guest is. Teams are expected to join the game on their post. Welcome back. We have a guest appearance here on stream. Give it up for none other than Sutan. Sutan's our Valorant esports coach here at the arena, so I'm so glad to have you on stream, and I'm excited to get into the rest of the set with you. It's going to be such a blast. I can't wait.
I am absolutely excited to be here. I have not casted any games for the last about 3 years, and some people don't know this, but when our program was just starting out, I was originally one of the casters for our Valorant games, our League of Legends games, even our Overwatch games, even though I didn't know a dang thing, with Krez. So it would just be me and Krez, and we kind of started out our casters without our student workers at the time. But
Yeah.
I'm so excited to be here and, give it another shot for my League of Legends guys here.
Yeah, and you have experience competing and everything in League of Legends too. So, it's just, I can't believe you used to be a caster too, right? Like, how does it feel to be back in the seat?
It feels great. I definitely still have a little bit of knowledge about League. I still play with my friends every now and again, and I watch professional a little bit here and there. But I love watching amateur teams. It's
Yeah.
just absolutely great when you see these college players and these college teams they have some level of competition in them and some level of strategy and philosophy on how they play the game. But it's so neutral. You never know who's going to win, who's going to take it. It could go to either team.
Yeah.
And obviously skill level on your rank matters, but more so how you play the game as a team is so important here.
Right. Yeah, because you can be such like a good player and have no team communication or no team skills at all, and you could drag the rest of your team down with you, right? So like that's the cool thing about the collegiate scene is that that's one of the most important things that they have to overcome, I feel like.
Absolutely.
So getting into the draft, we're going to see the Graves first pick, which is going to be a really nice pickup from SNHU. They've been rocking it most of the season, and Graves has always had his place in competitive, especially. But with the way that they're playing him, they are able to kind of flex him because he can serve a lot of roles. So he can be kind of like crit, or he can be bruiser, or he could be frontline, or assassin, even with the lethality. So he has a lot of options. So it's a really nice prio pick for SNHU.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think it gives them some versatility there in that role. And I was talking to some of the League of Legends players here before we got started with the match today, and told me a lot about their composition and their philosophy and what they like to look for in their pick and ban and their style of play, because style is huge for every team. And one thing that they told me is that they're just versatile in general. They will play any comp that's going to be good for them on a comfort pick, but they're able to adapt in the game. We just saw in that last game some weird picks coming out from Molloy, but the fact that we had this early range matchup in mid with that Syndra that just got stacks after stacks after stacks, and we saw them stop that snowball that Molloy had and come back in that game. So I think here with the early pick from Graves and then some poke here coming out from the Xerath and the Lux, there's some opportunity here for them to be as versatile as they were in that first game.
Yeah, and I like the way that SNHU kind of has their comfort too, because every team has their comfort, and I feel like as adaptable as they are, their comfort is always going to be that ranged kind of poke composition, which is a good start with Xerath Lux, and Graves can definitely fit into that too, kind of being the finisher of that kind of team fight, because once you're ready to go in, you gotta pull the trigger, because you can't just poke all day and then let them reset and get resources off of it. So you gotta have some kind of go button, and Graves is an excellent way of doing that. But Molloy is also firing back with the Caitlyn and Ziggs pick, so they're going to pick that Caitlyn that they wanted with the Lux bot lane, probably. So
yeah. No, and I think I'm going to be really interested to see where Molloy's jungler likes to go. Last game, we saw them kind of hover around top side. We saw them hover around bot side, and we got early leads on Molloy there.
Yeah.
Pretty heavily. We saw the Rift kind of take that first tower top side, and with both top and bot behind for SNHU, they're still able to come back. The Fiora is gonna outscale that Darius. Suki being down 6 kills, 0-6, and still out damaging the other AD carry. That is crazy. So I'm excited to see what they're gonna do here. I'm excited to see what Molloy's jungle is gonna try to pressure them with. But with this early Graves pick, I think we're gonna see a lot of early action, a lot of early skirmishes that are gonna try to give SNHU an early advantage on bot side. And I think they might try to lean more towards bot side here if they want a vertical jungle on that side.
Yeah, they definitely could, because Maokai is one of those junglers that isn't really known to like kind of be able to fend off against other junglers if they do prove to invade. And with a prio bot lane, if they pick something really aggressive with this Lux, they're going to be able to just have the enemy bot lane under their tower the entire time. So if they want to go to rotate to help their jungler in need, they're going to miss CS. So that's definitely going to be a excellent choice from SNHU, and the vertical jungle, like you said, can definitely be a really viable play here from SNHU.
Absolutely. Now, question for you: where do you think this is going to be a Maokai jungle from Molloy, or do you think it's going to be a top lane where they're going to give a little bit top side, play a little bit further back, play like a tank to help out in these team fights or later in the game, or is it going to be this jungle pick, the CC control in the jungle trying to look for picks? Yeah,
I definitely think that the Maokai can serve like that multi-purpose role of being the top lane or the jungle, but he definitely has a really interesting place in the jungle with his ultimate, where he can kind of just really, it's like Sejuani, where she has like that kind of, what do you call it? Oh, sorry. It's non-committal engage. So she can use that ultimate to either get away or she can go in with it, and it's just a huge AoE of just disruption. So when it comes to like a poke composition like this that kind of wants to play from afar, when Maokai is able to press R on you like that, it's just kind of a decision that you have to make. Like, are we going to fight here, or are we trying to dip and play back and poke a little bit more?
Yeah,
so,
pretty standard front to back comp.
Yeah, so the Maokai can definitely mess up poke comps a little bit, but I think in the jungle with the ultimate, the ganks just become so much more aggressive and deadly.
Absolutely. And I honestly really loved the picks from Molloy last game. I think that was so strange to see the Ornn mid and trying to play around this certain play style of just randomness there.
Yeah,
but even here I'm looking at the Yone. Where's this Yone going? Yeah. Is Ziggs mid? Is Ziggs support? Is Yone support? Is the Darius going to be mid with the is Darius top with the Maokai in the jungle? But I'm just so confused here with the Ziggs and this Yone. I'm very surprised and excited to see where they're going to be putting them.
It's really creative, because I think what they're trying to do, like last game, is they're trying to get SNHU to counterpick, and then counterpick based off of that with some kind of like flex, like the Ornn, they got them to pick the Fiora. So one thing that SNHU's adapt to is they pick the Riven, which isn't going to be like any counterpick to any sort of character on Molloy's roster that they picked right now, but it's going to be something that our top player knows how to play and can really hone down on his knowledge of the matchups.
Yeah, and something, again, when I was talking to our varsity team here, they were talking about how in these weeks that they've been leading up to this finals game and into the season, they've been really working on diversifying their champion pool, trying to play at least 5, 6, 7 champions that can get them through a draft, be comfortable and say, hey, if 2, 3, 4 of my champions get banned out, I have an option. Maybe not an option to carry, but I have an option to stay alive in lane, wait for my team to get ahead, and then I can help them later on in this game.
Yeah.
And I mean, we're seeing it here with the versatility. I think everybody is on a new champion this game. There's not one same champion here from SNHU Blue, which is crazy that they are changing this complete style of play here, which I'm looking to see a poke comp. Just from Slux, from the Ezreal, from the Xerath, and some things that they have to be scared about is, though, this heavy engage. Got to be scared of that Yone ultimate, got to be scared of the Maokai ultimate, got to be scared of Darius running you down with Ghost.
Yeah, especially when like the Maokai ultimate comes through, that Darius just becomes so much more scarier. So
yes.
Gonna be a really interesting game we got on our hands. I can't wait to get into it, but we're going to throw to a quick break before we get the spectator delay. Sorry. But I can't wait to get back to you guys. See you in a second. Welcome back. A quick little break there before our second game here between Molloy and SNHU Blue. This is the finals, and we're ready for the game right now. I just can't wait. So let's get right into that. And this composition, we're going to kind of see their dedication. Steno World is going to be the jungler this time, it looks like, on that Maokai.
I love this play from SNHU. This is something that I used to run with my old roster back in the day. I'd love to see them get
Oh, it landed! The root's going to land in Loy!
Let's go!
Oh my god.
Let's go!
That's going to be an early first blood there for Dragon Tempest, and they're going to be able to get this vision out onto the top side too. Just a really worthwhile play for SNHU.
And I love the play there. They understand the fact that you need to hug that topside wall. If you're not hugging that wall and you're going wide on it, you're going to be seen outside the fog of war if you're sitting in that tri-bush. And the Darius was not sitting deep enough to understand that you can walk around that wall and not be seen for a certain period of pixels. So the fact that SNHU knows that, and that is just an old playbook play from my time and period, and I love to see it.
Yeah, huge textbook vision manipulation there from SNHU, but we are going to see Dragon Tempest starting this bot side, and I think both of these junglers have vision of each other, so they're gonna have a pretty good idea of where they're going to be pathing here, and I'm interested to see if they are going to do that kind of vertical pathing like you were talking about, because it could be a very viable option, and it looks like Dragon Tempest is already on his way to the blue buff, actually, so you were right about that, and this bot lane is going to be the Zeke support, so an interesting pick there from Molloy.
I think it's interesting to see that if they're going to let the Maokai vertical jungle topside as well, the clear is going to be a lot slower there. So there's an opportunity here for our jungler, for SNHU's jungler, to potentially get all three major buffs here, as well as this mid fight or early fight from bot coming out. Suki getting poked down, and one of the biggest, most important plays that you need to understand when you're first coming out through this game and playing competitively is the level 2 spike bot lane. It is something that is engraved in me as a support player, that you need to get to level 2 first in the first play. What a flash!
Oh my god, Liam going in there with the flash and having Dragon Tempest on standby. Another kill going to be picked up on Dragon Tempest. Trying to get B1 here, but that ghost is just going to prove too useful there to be able to get out of that one. And I don't think the Maokai caught onto the vertical there, so Dragon Tempest is going to be able to walk out of that jungle with the blue buff and Braum that he stole from Steno.
Yep, and Dragon Tempest is now going to have this third buff to go to on his own blue side, blue buff, as he just has this early lead. And I'm excited here because SNHU started out the game last game being behind, and it looks like we have this early lead here already. Look at the gold lead. We're just coming from this early pick bot side into this double buff play from the Graves. I think they're going to have some good opportunity here to snowball early.
Yeah, they definitely, I mean, the cards are kind of in their hands right now, and it's just a matter of how they play it. And there's like a couple of like criteria you got to meet, I feel like, with the composition that they're working with. Like Goku, I feel like needs a little bit more jungle attention, being that melee mid laner. But Steno World is really, I think, working around the top lane. And if he's able to give attention to mid too, that's going to be great for both of them. But we're going to see the top pulled here from Molloy.
It's really scary coming out from the Maokai, honestly, because the priority bid is Chroma gonna come and help this fight? I don't think so.
The flash from Loy gonna go just such a dedication over that wall. He might be able to get that a W on him, and that's a shutdown already for Loy. Chroma over the wall, a flash. He's going to chase down Loy, has that ignite, goes out, and Toxic going to pick up a kill there on Loy. A nice little kill. And Proma's still going on. It has that E. The Q coming out with a stun. He's alive.
Wow.
Oh my god. The turret going to pick up that kill for Proma too. Oh my god.
What a great play there from Proma to flash over that wall and try to force a fight as they're trying to leave there. And I can finally say this one more time. Blue buff has been transferred.
Yeah.
We have seen the mid laner pick up the blue buff here early. They are going to be able to poke down and scale perfectly for the next couple of minutes with this blue buff against this Yone. And I would not want to be this Yone right now in this situation.
No, yeah, the Yone was able to pick up a kill there, but he's rocking that Doran shield for a reason there. He knows how this lane is going to go out. So that's going to be a really vital pick there for Toxic.
I like And I really like the fact that Chroma came down. I think he came down late to try to pick up some of the wave that he was about to miss to turret. And what a pick here coming out from Suki. Just understands the spacing that he needs to find that kill and land some of those skill shots there from his Q.
Yeah, excellent range management there from his Q too, just knowing the exact way to place that, even after the flash from Tazo.
I think right now, Molloy really needs to be looking to try to even out this match, try to stop looking for these early picks, scale up a little bit, and they have to really look and kind of look to this Yone to scale late game and their bot lane if they really want to come back in this lead.
But B1 gonna be able to kill Liam there, and almost gonna walk away without that after the barrier there. But Molloy getting these stacks on promo is gonna be a little bit scary. Gets that E. The ult might come out. Actually, both of them level 5 here. Promo is just going to be able to come up favorable on that one.
All these early skirmishes this game, just like we talked about with the Graves pick and even the early drag coming out here from Molloy. It's absolutely crazy how many fights are kind of happening here, but we're seeing these early skirmishes from the Graves, and I'm interested to see what he's going to go into with build. It looks like an early Duskblade here, lethality, so probably this assassin build, where he's just looking to pick up these kills.
Yeah, that lethality is going to be, I think, a better suit for their team, because you don't really need a really big, beefy front line when you're playing that poke. You just need some kind of, kind of more of a front line, like exactly like that, like the Riven Graves is going to be perfect for that. So as long as the Riven, provides a little bit more of that sustainability, then the Graves can do fine just being an assassin. Ooh, the ult coming out from Toxic, just a little wide there. The Q though might have the flash. Goku,
almost.
Yeah, gonna get out of there. That's crazy. Oh, but Liam, it looks like picked up a kill here, and Suki gonna make that 2 in the bot lane. Just being, they got 2-0, 1-1 right now. They are just fed out of their mind, I feel like.
There's just so many early fights happening. Molloy needs to stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
They need to stop looking for these fights if they want to try to come back in this game. But right now, again, I think it's on this Yone for them. They really need to try to settle down, not get picked, and try to have an opportunity to come back in this game. But that early dragon for them is going to help them there with the damage. Thankfully for them, it was the Infernal Drag. I would say maybe the most important early dragon. But we're going to have to wait and see, because there's some shutdowns here on SNHU's side that they could potentially get, but it's looking heavily in SNHU's favor.
Yeah, the Infernal Dragon definitely going to be a little bit more favorable for Molloy there, having that early one. But I think SNHU is going to... They always do a pretty good job of knowing when to actually start contesting these dragons, and they know how much they can give, too. So they'll be perfectly comfortable giving out like 1 or 2 dragons and then opting for that third one when the soul comes out, because if you get all 4 of that soul, it's just as good as if you got 2 random and then 2 soul. So.
Absolutely. I love to see all these early skirmishes in these fights, but it's going to be tough for Molloy to find their opening in these fights, especially with how their spacing looks here on the spot side. They have so much range, they have so much opportunity to play these fights slow, and then wait for this the Graves and the Riven to kind of come in and try to clean up on some of these fights.
Yeah, I think it's kind of hard for Molloy to play the pace that SNHU is playing right now. With the Maokai jungle and everything, like, you can kind of keep up with Graves and his clear and the gang potential and everything, but it's just really hard when Dragon Tempest is everywhere on the map right now, I feel like. So
absolutely.
Ooh, there's the ult.
That's good flash.
Yeah, that's a good flash. That's a good flash from Toxic. Going to be able to get out of there. But I think we have a bait coming on in the top lane here. Proma and Dragon Tempest looking to be able to utilize this Herald.
They're looking for their opportunity now, and I just can't stress enough that Molloy, this is their second game in a row picking a melee mid laner. And you just look at that CS difference. It looks like this plays close to working. I don't know what they're waiting for.
They got the wave slow pushing, man. They can wait however much longer. That wave's not going to be pushed back on them, but they're going to pull the trigger right now, get that Q. But Molloy, I think out of spin that flash goes, just going to be able to get out of there. And that's going to be 2 summoners down on the top side, though.
Absolutely, and I'm just waiting to see when they're going to drop the Rift in right here. Now's the time. It looks like they're going to be getting first tower on this top side, waiting for it to hit.
Yeah, it might be a little difficult to finish it off here, but Molloy could definitely be dove if he's not careful. So,
and they're waiting here for this Maokai to, I think, make some impact plays. And this is the struggle, like just like you were saying with Maokai, is you're going to have late clears. You're going to be slower in the jungle. You're not going to get to certain places at the exact times you need to just because of that clear. And I think what they're baiting on, or what they're waiting on here, is Maokai to look for these mid-game skirmishes. They need to find CC, they need to find picks, opportunities that they feel like they can get, but it's going to be so tough against the Xerath, the Lux, the Ezreal, just with their range, and he's going to have to exhaust potentially a Flash to even have the ability to kind of get in and look for these fights.
yeah, and like I said, with that melee mid laner, you kind of have to play a specific way. You got to draw a little bit more attention from the jungler than just a single gank there, because you need to work off those summoners, right? So like you get one summoner, you don't just stop there. You got to keep going because they have no summoners. So it's a little bit less sustainability, and they become more vulnerable.
Absolutely, and I'm interested here with almost another pick going to the Xerath,
Nice.
going to Toxic here for SNHU. Love to see it, but I'm interested to see what they're going to do here with this dragon. It looks like it's going to go over to them, losing the priority both bot and mid here, and SNHU's going to have an easy time taking this, unless this Maokai is going to look to solo contest, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
There is going to be a possibility that they may be able to make it, but nah, Dragon Temp's just going to take that way too fast there with this Yomu's just already 3 mythics on the board here from SNHU.
And I definitely want to emphasize the CS difference here. Coming from mid lane, you just look at it, again, second game, it's the range versus the melee matchup, and the Yona's just getting punished. We saw that Warren kind of come out early in that first game, and we saw that Syndra just scale so well, getting free poke, getting free damage, getting free CS, and it's the same issue here. He's not able to get into the game, not able to look for anything, and just getting completely outscaled here without the CS.
Yeah, and the difference, that was so close there, hugging the wall. Tazo's barely able to dodge that ultimate from Suki, and I like the way that he's able to kind of manipulate the way his ultimate's up, but Dragon Tempest gonna go out with a bang here, getting that kill on Tazo. Even after the flash, that was a nice little secured kill there by Dragon Tempest, and now they're going to be able to work a little bit of damage into this tower. Oh my god, the engagement coming out there from Loy, and it looks like he's burning, but gonna live that one. A nice one-on-one from Loy.
And Molloy's topside here has been strong throughout these first 2 games. We've seen him kind of take advantage of these 1v1 opportunities, had a few times where the jungler came in to try to help and look for these picks, but doing a decent job here, especially with that first tower almost going down. But the Yone does come in for this early pick. The CC comes over to Toxic here from SNHU,
What a
not able to get away.
That was such a crazy, just perfectly timed chain of CC from Molloy, just having the ultimate of Goku and then stun overworld. There was no opportunity to flash out to that, by the way. He was permanently CC'd throughout that. So just that's an excellent way to secure a kill for Goku there and try to get him back into the game, because like you said, the way Toxic's been, just honing down on this lane, he's almost doubled Goku's farm there.
They know a big component of that was that early blue buff.
Yeah. AP1 getting that W on them. The Flux is just going to be a lot of damage. The ult coming out. Tazo's separated from the pack here. Going to have to try to dodge his skill shot. Saves that Q. Going to spend it on B1. The W auto not going to be enough. And that's going to... Oh, he's there. Toxic's there. He's going to be able to secure that kill. No way. He was anticipating that and able to rotate. That's the cool thing, I think, about... poke mid laners, is that they're able to just kind of walk halfway to a lane and then impact it with their ultimate.
Absolutely, especially with the Xerath pick, he's able to kind of be anywhere on the map and have that impact. But I'm just so impressed with the spacing on bot lane there, and looking for those early picks and understanding the range of their autos and their abilities, and looking for that fight there.
Ooh,
in.
Oh my god, so much damage from Steno. Oh my god, Dragon Temp is going to pick up another kill.
That's that lethality that we talked about there earlier, and we're seeing it. This Darius kind of looking to make a play, though.
2 flashes, and he isn't able to get there before they die. Toxic is just going to be able to walk that one off, just shrug it off. And Proma coming in here, going to try to secure something. Actually was able to find Tazo off screen in the river.
And the snowball is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And when I was watching that first game, again, SNHU needed to make a play or two to come back in that game. Same thing was kind of happening to them. They were on the short end of the stick. But this time, Molloy, they need to find their opening. They need to find an opportunity to get a couple of these shutdowns, get the gold to come back towards their side and swing towards their side, and find some of these neutral objectives. But it's really tough. They don't have the composition to find these picks, especially with how far some of these players are. They need to exhaust either a flash or an ultimate that's a little risky to hit. It's tough to hit these Yone ults and these Maokai slow walls, but these picks just coming from Toxic, coming from our range is incredible. It's very tough for Molloy to kind of creak in through this door to try to find a way back in this game.
Yeah, and the way that they're able to just spend these ultimates just left and right, just stringing them back and forth, Liam's going to be able to get them off screen. Like, the ultimates are just crazy from SNHU, proving to be, I mean, you're not safe anywhere on Summoner's Rift today. Molloy has got to hide somewhere in base to be safe from SNHU's ultimates.
And you got to ask yourself, beginning of that first game, the nerves were probably there. SNHU might have been a little nervous. They might have been a little scared of what Molloy could bring, but they got over that first hump. And you see this game now, and it's just
brutal.
It's brutal. It is. That's the word. It is brutal with this, 7K, 8K gold lead here for SNHU. It's going to be quite the mountain to climb for Molloy to come back into this one.
Yeah, SNHU is 19-5, and after picking up this next dragon here, I think Molloy really has to try to focus on, exactly what Loy's doing right now is kind of, trading off those things that they can, like the objective bounties, a perfect way to get back into the game, as well as the bounties that SNHU has on their head, like the 450 on Ezreal. If they manage to catch Suki, that could definitely be worthwhile investment of their time. And any of these bounties, picking up any of them on especially the carries like the Caitlyn or Goku, that could be a pretty vital change in pace for Molloy that they might need. Absolutely.
I like what Molloy's doing here from a macro perspective. They're playing a 1-3-1. They want their Darius, they want their Yone to be taking this the sideways farm and the XP and just try to let them scale out. Because if they look for these fights, if they look for these skirmishes, they're just going to keep getting beat. And they want to try to hope for this 30-minute mark, this 45-minute mark for them to scale late into the game, especially this Yone, for them to find something. Because right now, if they keep going at SNHU's pace, they are going to lose here in the next, I would say, 10 minutes.
Yeah, SNHU has like a vice grip on their kind of snowball that they have going on right now, and it's a really methodical way that they're playing. And I think that, just slowly like bleeding them out here is kind of the way that they could play the rest of this game, but they're just so aggressive right now, these ultimates. They could, really speed up the pace, like the way that they're accelerating their lead right now, I feel like.
And you look at the big risks that SNHU took there in that early invade and kind of why they are here in this situation. That early invade pick that they got, the early skirmish in topside jungle towards the blue really impacted a lot of what's going on currently in this matchup.
Oh, they didn't see each other, and Loy's getting caught off guard with Steno World. Everyone on the map is there. It's apparently like the ultimate's just coming through from SNHU, but that was just such a crazy interaction between those two. I think Molloy was almost on the brink of getting something crazy there. But, Kazo living on 1 health there might burn out from the Leandris. The heal coming through is going to be able to save him there.
And I think this might be over with this Rift push. What are they going to do to stop this?
It's just such a vital push that they have going on right now. But I think the Rift Herald could go all the way to the Nexus, but
No, the Graves, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of people. And with the Maokai ultimate, you just got to get out of there. The flash is coming out. That was death if they did not flash there, bro.
Absolutely.
That was just excellent decision making from SNHU to kind of back off there and play it safe.
And you think about it, League of Legends 101 is the warding.
Yeah.
You saw Molloy come into their topside jungle, not have a good idea of where people could be, where they are in the fog of war, and they got punished for it.
Yeah.
They absolutely got punished for it. Lux was able to hit a great snare there to get that pick. And there's just nothing that they could have done after that, after everybody was kind of hounding on those two players from Molloy.
Yeah.
So great pick there from SNHU, and just a great job of understanding vision and clearing out the wards there. But it's going to be really tough here for Molloy to try to get back in this one.
Yeah, I think they had like 3 on map, 2 off map, but with the amount of global ultimates they have, it's just crazy. And Dragon Tempest going for 2.
God.
The combo was so fast. What happened?
Oh my goodness.
I think I missed it. I think I blinked. That was such a fast combo.
Dragon Tempest absolutely understands his combo, and what a great blast there. Look for that pick, but understanding that we need to try to pick up this Baron here, we're looking to end this game, and just not having the greatest game here from Molloy Ziggs. Just 0-8-0, bot lane being 1-11 total here. They are having a tough time trying to find their way into this game, and I think that's just been start to finish, and the Maokai just gets destroyed. Oh boy!
No way! They're gonna be able to get that Baron there. Dragon Tempest just barely hanging on there, but the shutdown going on for Darius is a little bit scary. He's gonna be able to pick up that Hullbreaker, but with the Baron buff, it might be a little bit difficult to fully utilize that now. So SNHU playing this right could, yeah, I mean, this could be game ending with if they play the siege right.
Absolutely, and I think their goals now are probably to group, look to end maybe on a wave that they want to push in, maybe a 4-1. They already have the minions pushing in topside with the supers. They might look to come mid or bot lane here, but we do have Dragon coming up here shortly, and we'll see what they like to do. If they like to fight with their Baron minions, or if they like to contest this Dragon. They're so far ahead that I think either decision at this point is going to net them the victory.
Yeah, they could go all 5 in one lane and just really be able to secure a finish to this game if they really wanted to. So.
Absolutely, and I don't even think we're going to make it here to the Soul. They already threw Dragons in, but even if they made it to the Soul, they are so far ahead. They have such a huge gold lead, coming almost to 10k, and they're going to have the opportunity here to just end here, I think, on the spot wave as they're looking for another pick here.
No way they're going to utilize his 1 because he's going to look for that Hullbreaker. Right, he's gonna look for that Hullbreaker split, and they just read off of that and are gonna be able to push out this bot lane.
I don't think that Darius wanted to hunt alone there.
No, I don't think so. He did not want to be hunting alone. Ooh, Tazo with the dodges, but that's just, I mean, when it comes to like 1 skill shot, sure, but 7, can you really dodge like 7 skill shots?
Yeah, exactly, absolutely. The Maokai trying to make an insane play here with this brute.
Lines up a 3-beat for Goku, gonna be able to get so much damage, but Chroma coming through with that front line, gonna be able to save his friends here. Everyone 1 health, they're just holding on by a thread here. Loy is gonna ghost out of Fountain here. Determination in his eyes. He's gonna be able to get Dragon Tempest here, but they burst him down the Nexus. 300 health is gonna fall there. An excellent game there from SNHU. What an incredible performance.
And I look at it, it's just too little, too late coming out from Molloy there to look for those types of plays. I think what they really wanted to do is just stop the bleeding, stop looking for these skirmishes, and try to scale up just a little bit and find your picks in these late games. Let the Yones scale, let your teammates scale just a little bit. We're already behind. Let's sacrifice the early game. We lost the early game. We lost the invade. We lost the early skirmish for that blue buff early. We're going to sit for the next 10-15 minutes. We're going to scale. We're going to farm up. We're not going to die, and we're going to try to equalize.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the adaptation that, I mean, SNHU made in the first game, but Molloy kind of needed to realize that a little bit earlier, I feel like. Because they did start to make pretty good steps towards that, I feel like, towards the end of the game, and were able to get that shutdown. But other than that, I feel like, I mean, SNHU just had a vice grip on on that lead that they had. But we are going to take a quick break before we get to our next game here. So we'll be right back. Welcome back. After that short break, SNHU's up 2-0 in this set right now against Molloy Esports, the number 1 seed in the ECC LOL bracket, by the way. But SNHU is going to take red side here in this draft, and these bans coming out are just so mid-heavy from Molloy. Going to see all mid dedication there.
Absolutely, so. And I think that's just a kind of a performance from those first couple of matches there. Yeah. Those first couple of maps, just seeing the Syndra go, seeing the Xerath go, and then this Ori has not gotten past through this first ban phase.
No.
So quite crazy here to see 3 mid bans coming out.
Yeah, Orianna has been a crucial part of competitive in LCS, Worlds, pretty much everything competitive this entire season. She's had above like a 50% and like 15% pick rate. So 50% ban rate, 15% pick rate. So she's just really strong mid laner right now. And I think she works well with the way that SNHU wants to play, like Jarvan or Hecarim dive. If you put the ball on the person that's going in and you get that really big cataclysm with the ultimate or the Hecarim, and the ultimate is just so hard to play into.
Yeah.
So
absolutely, and we're seeing this Hecarim pick potentially already, even without the Ori. I love it. I love the fact that Hecarim just seems a little bit more to have presence, on the map. Than I don't like this Maokai pick. Another Maokai pick, and maybe that's a personal bias.
It's hard to play the Maokai pick, I feel like.
I just, to get value out of it, be present on the map. The clear is a little slower on some of these bigger camps, and if you want to find something, you just got to be so close on the Maokai. You have to kind of exhaust a flash. You have to find good spacing between, looking for your W, looking for a slow play on your Q, and then your ultimate's just so slow, where you even saw it a few times there in that last match. Players are going to flash away from it. Players are going to move away from it if they have the spacing. They're going to ghost away from it if they have the spacing. So I think it'll be interesting to see, will this Maokai be able to assist their team correctly for Molloy, and are they going to be able to out-jungle Hecarim?
Yeah, it's definitely, you have to play off of summoners a little bit harder with that Maokai, like you said. But I'm definitely excited to see if they're going to be able to pull that one off this time. But they are picking the Fiora first for the top lane, and a Nico following it, which could be support or mid lane. I feel like both very viable options for Molloy. But the Lucian Milio is going to be the lock-in for their bot lane for SNHU.
Yeah, so. And so far, again, there's not been one same champion picked here from SNHU.
Yeah, they got
versatility.
Yeah, they got all unique picks so far, and that's just, it's kind of a flex at this point, I think, for SNHU Blue. But SNHU is going to ban that Caitlyn out in the second ban phase, which is going to be, I feel like, a nice ban to kind of ease the pressure on Lucian, because Lucian wants to have that aggressive lane, and he can definitely provide a lot of kill pressure. But Caitlyn, spacing correctly can really shut down the way that Lucian wants to play like that. Can poke him out and kind of force him into a state of resources where he has like half health, and it's kind of just like, do I dedicate right now? Because like if I throw, right, like if I die, then I'm out of the game.
Yeah.
So
absolutely. And I find it interesting. I think a lot of times, at least back in my day, been 4 or 5 years now since I've competed and I've played, Lucian Nami used to be the wave, literally.
Yeah.
And you would see that combo quite a lot in the bot lane, just how strong it is to enhance the Lucian and enchant the Lucian there. But now with the Milio pick, I think it's interesting. Milio's a newer champion for me. I understand that the ultimate is kind of like a CC deterrent, almost like a Mikhail's.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good pickup here for against the Maokai, against the CC you're going to see from this Nico. It's looking like a really good option. And this Vex pick looks fun.
That is a nice pick, yeah.
That Vex pick looks very fun. Excited to see some of these resets on that ultimate.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a pick that they've kind of practiced a little bit, because it's been so many games where they do this, where they ban the Ori, they ban the Syndra, they ban the Xerath, and it's like they take so many picks away from our mid laner, Toxic, that he just has to have like something up his pocket, like something else up his sleeve, sorry. And normally it's like that Annie, but the Vex just works perfectly too. So Molloy, responding to that, is going to pick the Xayah Rakan, which is going to be an interesting bot lane, and I think like I said in our first game, they can kind of go toe to toe with most bot lanes. So in the early game, they kind of have a lot of presence. Level 2, level 6, it's like really, you got to watch out for the Rakan. So.
Absolutely, and I think it's going to be interesting because Rakan here has the potential to really change a team fight, but the Melio is still a hard counter with their ultimate. And I think it's going to be really fun to see how this Rakan is going to try to utilize this knock-up here, because the ultimate for Melio is not going to affect that. And I think they're going to pressure bot lane quite a bit, outrange, I think, the Lucian just a tad. But the heal, I believe, from Melio that Melio does have is going to be pretty good for the sustain on that bot lane.
Yeah.
And it's looking pretty even throughout. And again, I don't know about this Maokai pick into the Hecarim. I think that's going to be the where things matter the most.
I definitely think it is going to come down to that too. It's going to be probably on the wire most of the time this game, because both these teams kind of have to be, I mean, you got to be locked in at this point. It's game 3. Like, it's getting pretty heated in here. So both these teams are, riled up, and I'm excited to get into this game 3. But we're going to throw it a quick break before we wait for that spectator delay to catch up. So we'll be right back. Welcome back as we get into Game 3 here between Molloy and SNHU. SNHU trying to take home the championship right now.
I'm excited here to see SNHU take home yet another ECC championship.
Yeah.
We already have multiple trophies sitting in our arena, and I want to add another one to the collection, if you ask me.
Yeah, that is just such a hype thing for all the players here, and to be a part of this in general is just such a, I mean, it's an honor. It's just such a, exhilarating experience. But we are going to see the lock-ins for all of these champions here. The Nico in the mid lane here, which is going to be, I feel like, into the Vex, a pretty decent pick. She has a little bit more niche options here that she got kind of reworked. Like, she's marking these minions, and that means that she can turn into one of them. So she can walk with the wave and kind of surprise you, catch you off guard. And that's something you got to watch out for. Like, sometimes you're like counting every single minion walk into the lane and everything.
Nico is probably one of my favorite champions right now to play, just with a group of friends. You're playing in a flex queue or something, and you are yanking a lane as a minion.
Yeah.
It's the most fun experience. And I remember when this change first happened, and you see it even in the higher elo games. It is so crazy that you now have to count minions for some of these games. And I'm going to be very interested to see if Molloy is able to find an early pick. But the level 2 fight, again, coming out from Molloy, they find this early pressure against SNHU, able to get a little bit of pressure pushing here, but no kill for them.
Yeah, and it's purely because the Rakan had the Relic Shield. He's able to kill those minions faster there, so excellent deduction from Suki and Liam, knowing they just got to give up that level 2 there. So playing into the 3 and 4, I feel like they start taking back the cake for being able to win these trades. So that's definitely a little bit more what they're trying to play for right now.
Absolutely. And what do you think is going to be the most pivotal matchup here?
I think, well, this is going to be a slugfest in the top lane between these two bruisers. They're just going to be going at it the entire game, I feel like. But the really close one is definitely going to be this bot lane and the mid lane. Whoever can take the cake for those two is going to be able to influence the rest of the game, because it's definitely going to be a more bot heavy game for Molloy. With the Maokai, he's going to want to run into those bushes there, go for lane ganks, whatever he can do to harass Suki and Liam. But Dragon Tempest does have the option to play either top or bot here, even mid. I mean, he can, being a carry himself, he can really determine the outcome or direction that this game goes into.
Absolutely. And the fact that he is playing the Hecarim just means that he can almost be on the map everywhere at once. You know, he's going to have this mobility to be anywhere. And the early flash coming out from Roy, not able to get the gank off for Hecarim just yet. And it looks like he's going to be backing here on their jungler, not finding an early pick. But that's the advantage here of the Hecarim, is that you're going to be able to be at multiple places at the same time, just with how fast the Hecarim is on the map. And I think that's where, for me, the advantage is going to come from SNHU, is that the Maokai is going to be a little slower here with the clear, as well as really needs to find this path to find these ganks, whereas the Hecarim is going to be a little bit more straightforward, able to kind of create pressure and create these picks for SNHU.
Yeah, and the Hecarim, like you said, like his clear is just way too fast. Like he's able to be anywhere on the map. So it's going to be difficult to play into that, especially like when we saw Stena World fall behind a little bit last game against the Graves. So you got to be really mindful of that. I feel like going into this this game as Molloy.
Absolutely. And I think right now the bot lane is going to be very interesting with very limited CC. They don't have a ton to really look for engages in fights. It's going to be really on the spacing and how they're able to get these trades off. Can the sustainability from Milio hold out for SNHU as they're getting poked down from the Xayah? Or is Rakan going to be able to find a great engage with that knock-up to try to force something?
Yeah, and I think the Xayah is a little bit counterpicked by the Lucian because he can kind of just dash the feathers, right? So the thing that Xayah really doesn't like is people strafing and dashing, because then you get your feathers all spread out and stuff. As long as they walk in the straight line at you, you're the happiest camper there. So.
Absolutely. Seeing an early aggression here from Dragon Tempest, trying to find the pick here on this top side, knowing that Fiora has no flash.
Ooh, the ult coming out from Chroma, just securing that duel there, the Duel of Fate. It gets 3 of them there. It's able to almost get the 4th, gets it finally, and the healing's coming through. He's going to hold on there for a long time, but Dragon Tempest being able to secure that kill there.
Yeah, and I honestly don't think it was too bad there for Molloy, able to burn a flash here from the Camille top lane, and they're also gonna be able to get this dragon. So early pressure here on the bot side, junglers here, and I think it wasn't a bad trade there. SNHU does get the first blood gold, but still even here, not too far away with a 400 or 500 gold lead.
Yeah, and I think Stena World gonna be able to kind of take a dedication here, picking up that dragon and playing into their bot side a little bit more. He might be able to provide a little bit more attention for them and actually, maybe put a lead onto the Xayah. Could be a really nice kickstart to their mid game here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad to see this adjustment here from the Maokai. I think that early invade really didn't help that fight. And it kind of lets SNHU just snowball from there. But the early gank here coming out from the Maokai just, again, doesn't have too much of a gap closer. But they are able to pressure SNHU, finds an early knockup, but nothing going to come from it. Nothing to bear fruit to that labor. But seems like they're just going to go back into their own jungles and continue farming here.
Yeah, they're able to clear that vision, which is a pretty good outcome. And they get that. I think SNHU placed that over the little wall there with the glitch.
The pixel.
Yeah,
the pixel on the rock. I know it. I know it. I love it.
They're able to get that. It's not an easy feat to do, but Molloy, I feel like after getting this reset, having SNHU push this in is pretty vital. Getting it to crash onto the tower and slow push back is going to be the best bet. If they think that there's that ward in that third bush there, because that is a dangerous teleport location for 14 minutes when it comes around.
Absolutely. And if they're able to continue to get that pressure on the bot lane and get deep wards, it's going to be scary to have the Fear kind of come up from behind them and look for those early fights. But I like the pacing of this game so far from both teams. We're taking it very slow, no early skirmishes, no early fights, and they're just looking to trade here. A couple pieces of gold on each of the teams, but there is going to be some contention here on the top side jungle as Hecarim and Maokai are kind of fighting for what looks to be Scuttle.
Yeah, they actually just used that word to know that they did not walk all the way back to their tower, found them in the bush, and canceled their back, so they don't have a reset against Xayah now. She just has a recurve bow up on Lucian.
Absolutely, and
that is just so tragic. I'm sorry for the Vera. We're gonna get out of there with the Dragon Tempest, though. It's gonna take so much damage here from Stena World and Goku. The flash is coming through. That's a double knockup and Toxic on 1 health here. Stena World flashing, gonna get that W and dodging that ultimate. That is a nice 2-piece there for Molloy, but they actually got the Herald too. That's a really nice advantage that they just picked up.
Absolutely, and I don't know if that's just a little too greedy here from SNHU, just trying to force that fight there, knowing that they do have some hard CC. As soon as you come into contact with the Maokai and you're a little too close for the range, that is where you're going to struggle against that matchup. But it seems like the Maokai did definitely fight there. 2v2 happening here on the bot side. A lot of CC coming up. The double knockup here on the Lucian. They don't know, they're not saying their targets properly though. SNHU able to kind of turn this fight around, finds the pick.
Utazo falls, but B1's able to pick up a kill on Suki here. Liam playing the bush is going to be able to get out of that one.
And to me, what I saw there was not a good example from Molloy at who they are targeting. They're kind of splitting the damage.
Yeah.
They're not really going for a specific player there in the champion, but I think that was still a great fight from both sides and kind of able to equalize there for gold, but unfortunately Suki did die, so not able to kind of get the XP and the extra farm there to push out the wave, but they did let the wave settle, and I think Suki's going to be able to come and get that extra bits of the minions that are kind of about to hit tower.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, SNHU can still really pull through on this dragon, I feel like. And they have a lead on their jungler right now, but Molloy really, I feel like, controls the pace of the game right now with the Rift Heralds.
Yeah, absolutely. That Rift Herald fight there gave them a lot of opportunity to take the gold lead, get a couple of extra items and pieces of utility up on their champions, where they're now in the driver's seat. They're controlling the pace of this game, and they're going to decide how they want to fight for Dragon, how they want to contest bot lane, and who's going to be here for these fights, as the Hecarim is now coming from spawn, looking to also contest for this dragon.
Yeah, and it does push you a little bit onto your back foot there when you have that Rift Herald. You got to play a little bit reactively. This matchup is just brutal for Fiora.
Absolutely. It is one of the worst feelings in the world to have a champion that has to set up their ultimate kind of like that. Misses the knockup here on the Milio, but they are able to... SNHU's able to come back and counter.
Here's Dragon Tempest picking up that kill on B1, and now Steno World struggling to get away here. Dragon Tempest is actually going to get knocked back into Goku there, and Toxic inbound here, finding a little bit of damage to ult coming out. Goku going to be able to block that one for his friend as Guardian Savior.
And what a goal.
Lloyd's going to be able to find that one.
Finally gets the revenge.
Yeah.
Finally able to get the revenge there for wasting their ultimates for quite a while. We seem to have a pause here. Maybe a little bit of tech issues coming out from one of the sides. But I really liked how Molloy set up those fights there. We saw the Maokai kind of go towards bot there early, try to find an early pick before the dragon even spawned, as the Hecarim was kind of on the back foot. And even though the Hecarim has all the time in the world to get somewhere, the Maokai was there first, looking for early picks, looking for pressure and space to try to find something to fight for that dragon. And they found it. They absolutely forced a fight there, bot lane, able to kind of get a couple of trades, and they still control the pace of this match right now.
Yeah, and Molloy, yeah, I mean, they control that Herald right now, so they have the option of putting that anywhere on the map. And I think that, I mean, Vex has the ability to kind of roam with her ultimate, but the problem is that Nico, I mean, is able to kind of just get that first lead, the first step there out of the lane after pushing out a wave. Maybe I haven't really seen a lot of the mid lane interactions there, but she really has been able to influence a lot of those fights, like with the Flash ultimate at the Rift Herald, picking up 2 people in, you know, that stun is just undervalued in general, I feel like, in her kit. So
absolutely.
And on top of that, I think, I mean, the top lane looked a little bit more favorable for Proma in the beginning there, but as it went on, Lui got 6, and the ultimate with Fiora is kind of just like, you can't really play into it as much.
Exactly.
So it is definitely I feel like it might be a lack of dedication from both sides here, kind of just trying to play the whole map rather than really picking a spot to really focus on.
Absolutely. And I think right now Molloy's jungler is proving me wrong on this Maokai.
Yeah.
finding early picks there on the Hecarim, kind of denying the entire emphasis of his kit and like using speed and trying to find picks off of his E ability. But he's able to control him, find that early pick and that rift fight. We've seen the power of these early skirmishes on both sides of SNHU and Molloy's fights. If you find these early fights at a neutral objective, and if you win them, you are now in the driver's seat. You get to control the pacing of this game, and it is on the other team to be proactive, even when they are on the back foot, they're on the back pedal, and they need to try to find something. They need to be proactive right now, and that's what SNHU needs to do if they want to try to come back and even out this game to give them a fighting chance to win this map.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard to kind of, I mean, you got to play very adaptive, and that's what SNHU has been kind of good at in the past couple of games. But when you're kind of, already a little bit behind, right, and you got to address and assess the situation, dress your wounds, stop the bleeding a little bit. It becomes a little bit more like you get the thick of the fog, right? So this pause, I feel like, is a good opportunity to kind of like reassess and figure out like what you're actually really trying to do here. And when SNHU is able to wrap their head around that, that's when they kind of really shine, because like they're like at the beginning of the games, I can hear their comms. They're like, oh, okay, we're gonna give Rift Herald here. We're not even gonna touch top lane until 14 minutes, right? And then they do that, and it works out perfectly for them. So it's definitely a very, valuable resource to have the ability to kind of be able to communicate that to the rest of your team.
Absolutely. And where do you think SNHU needs to kind of get their plan together? Is it on the spot side fighting for these and contest these dragons, or is it going to be this top lane matchup between the Fiora and the Camille?
I think that the top lane matchup doesn't really matter that much, because both of these champions, like, they get ahead in these team fights. It's not going to be that much of a big deal, because they don't really, make or break a team fight. They mostly play splits a little bit better than the other. So, like, if one, the Fiora has the lead over this Camille here, it's going to be a split for the rest of the game, I feel like.
Absolutely.
And it's going to be hard for Camille to actually match it. But having, like, a team mat or something, or ability to clear, that's when it gets into a little bit more of the build territory. Like, starting to realize that you can't actually build the items you want to build, and have to build a little bit more defensively.
Absolutely. And I think this is a great early pressure here from SNHU. They're going to take the dragon, but it looks like Molloy wants to force a fight here, trying to track down Suki as he's trying to get away. SNHU just trying to kite back here, doesn't really want to force a fight, knowing that they don't have Chroma to be here, but they do get some early damage here on the Rakan as well. They're looking to maybe re-engage.
Yeah, they got a TP out of that fight from Molloy, and the pressure is on for Chroma right now, but they are kind of like tiptoeing around these backs right now, being able to stall a lot of time, and every second matters in this game. Like, SNHU is going to be able to capitalize off that for sure with the amount of the amount of macro that they've demonstrated in the past games.
Absolutely, so. And that was a do or die situation there for Molloy. If they wanted to create something, they needed to, as soon as that TP came from their top laner, they needed to force something and not waste that those resources that they just expended to try to fight something. And Suki getting some great damage here on Molloy's ADC from Xayah, but Xayah did pop the ult.
He was totally looking for a flash auto there. That was death if Taza was not there. But Taza is going to be able to try to hold up the fort here, and a rotation coming out from the jungler in mid lane. It's going to be a little bit scary, but this vision that SNHU has right now is going to be able to spot them out there.
Absolutely, and that is where you see Suki shine. Every match I watch, every time I see SNHU Blue just come in and try to take these matches, Suki's spacing around towers is absolutely crazy. If you haven't seen the clip on this Caitlyn, I suggest you go back in our VODs and you go watch that, because that is what an ex-challenger player looks like. Yeah. And he is ex-challenger for a reason.
Yeah, the ability to kite that too and know the exact timing and everything is very difficult. But the TP coming out here from Toxic's going to come in. Promo with the E in, has that ultimate available. It's going to W there. Steno World going to get pulled back over the wall. An excellent execution from SNHU. Tazo coming in with a 3-man knockup. Will it be enough? He's going to be able to get so much CC, but the ult's already out there from Molloy.
Dragon Tempest still here on this side, doesn't
He's still in, but he got out of there so speedy that that Nimbus Cloak Ghost's ultimate, he was out of there.
Absolutely, and I thought they might have been able to re-engage there. I didn't know if Molloy kind of forgot about him there over the wall, but they definitely did see him still on that ward, and they just made the correct play to try to trap him, get rid of that blast cone, and kind of forced him to use his ultimate to just leave there. Another fight there, just not really going for either team, just looking for skirmishes, but neither team really getting any advantage. And this is probably one of the closest games at this point that I've seen. I feel like first game, Molloy was in the driver's seat, and we saw SNHU kind of come back in that one, reevaluate their plan, try to get back into it, and then that second game, SNHU just snowballing the entire game, and Molloy not really finding their foot back into it. But this game is really close, and I think both sides, any player can kind of be that hero right now that they need.
Yeah, they both got their big guns out right now, firing back and forth, but Steno World is going to be able to pull that trigger on his ultimate and kind of decide the pace of this fight right now. Promo with the flash, he's going to be able to get that Q out. Loy second guessing his ultimate target here is going to have to back out there, and Tazlo and B1 on the Fleetfoot are just going to have to get out of there. And that they were able to secure that Herald there, went on to the support, but I mean, at what cost? Like, used so many summoners there, and that was a very vital fight for SNHU to try to get the gold on the characters that they needed on. Like, getting Promo back into the game is a very vital decision that SNHU needs to make.
Absolutely, and you're looking at it right now as the game kind of starts to go into this later portion. There's these CS leads here from the top lane Fiora that Promo really needs to get back in this game. That gold's definitely going to help, but also look at this Hecarim's farm over the Maokai. This is the time of the game where Hecarim's going to start out scaling just a little bit, but almost with the knock up there, Liam does look like he might go down, but does use his ultimate to get out. Top laner still chasing him down. Suki able to trade for the kills, and this is not looking pretty for Tazo.
No, Tazo gonna fall there. A double kill for Suki. Oh my god. And the parry though from the Loy was just so clean. I mean, reacting to the Milio Q, I mean, I'd never be able to, because like he's a new character, he has that Q that's kind of just instant if you're next to him. It's like a little flick, like get off me button. Loy just read that Q and was able to get that parry off. But Suki turning such a bad situation into
oh my god, it's good steal.
Oh, the two ultimates are gonna be able to get that dragon, but 3 people in the pit right now. It might just be a slaughterhouse. Steno World trying to get out of here, and they are both gonna fall there to Toxic.
Molloy with the dragon there, but at what cost?
Again, yeah.
At what cost? They are 2 soul points away from getting sold, but the fact that SNHU just got all that gold, and look at their bounties. They are now starting to steamroll here and come back to this game with this 2.5k lead in gold, and it's going to take quite a bit for Molloy to come back into this, and I think they're kind of riding now on these neutral objectives. They really need to find the soul point. They need to find these dragons and this Baron kind of coming up later in this game.
Yeah, and once again, like that spacing coming out with Suki's ultimate there, Loy was looking for an in there, but just really couldn't find one. There's just too much zoning coming on from SNHU, but they're happily going to back to base with the amount of gold they've just been given and try to set up for these next objectives coming up, because it's nearing 20 minutes here, and that means Baron is going to be on the board for both these teams.
Absolutely, and I like how SNHU, every single back they have as a team, they kind of have this understanding of, this is my job, this is where I need to be going, and they have a good idea of, this is what we're fighting for, this is what we kind of want to look for. And especially now as they're starting to send their bot lane to mid, they're starting to look to control some of these neutral objectives as Baron's coming up, look for those dragons, and just play around really the Hecarim speed and look for something. As Hecarim's looking towards the top side from his kind of getting 1 2v1. Wow.
Proma lives that. Molloy trying to hold through, but Dragon Tempest coming through with the counter gank is going to be able to catch him. And the Ghost reset on the kill. Tazo's not safe anywhere. Even with that W, he's going to be hunted down by Dragon Tempest. And oh my god, Suki joining the party. He's going to be able to get so much damage on Center World here. Are they going to be able to get out of there? The Ghost still going off here. Dragon Tempest gonna unstoppable to the ultimate. And they come through with 2 more kills off of what started that. Just a pick on Proma, I think.
That fight started in the top lane.
Yeah.
And that ended at the mid-tier 2 tower.
Yeah, that was a fight across Summoner's Rift there. And an excellent conversion for Baron right here for SNHU.
And it just shows you the chase down potential, right? With that Hecarim and what they really wanted to do. The TP coming out from Molloy, though, the double TP, if you're trying to make a play here, does waste the W there early, doesn't get the ultimate off for any of the true attack autos, but not going to be able to find anything here as SNHU is going to easily be able to take the Baron. And at this point in the game, it is not looking good for Molloy. Where is their in? Where is their opportunity to find something? And right now, they're losing all hope for it.
Yeah, that was a very vital play there for Proma. Going to be able to go in here, provide a little bit of protection, but Suki is going to fall there. Dragon Tempest also falling. Goku finding an excellent angle here is going to be able to pick up that kill. And now Stenerworld and B1 turning this thing around are going to be able to get onto that Baron here. Milio, or
they just forced that door open.
Yeah, they did just. I mean, they just turned it around. Yeah,
if they can clear this Baron, this game is anyone's game. That's crazy.
Yeah, they're going to get the objective bounty on that too. That was such a crazy play from Molloy to be able to get that.
You look at the shutdowns for SNHU, there are none anymore.
Yeah,
they got all that gold. Look at the gold lead. It was 3,000. It was 3,000. It's gone. They're still down by 7 kills, but they just got so much gold bounty there. Took the Baron, and I can't believe they were able to turn that fight. What great positioning from that team fight.
And they're working with Baron right now, so Molloy going to be able to, I think, he respond just in time for that. He's going to be able to push this top tower and might actually be able to get more objective bounties on top of that. Why they haven't gone away, I don't know. But
yeah, that's the strange thing about League of Legends, huh?
Yeah.
Gold is now even, roughly, and the gold bounties are still there on the objectives.
Yeah.
But we'll see if Molloy can kind of execute here. It looks like they're gonna be able, and it goes away right there as the tower is about to go down. So they didn't absolutely get it, but let's see what happens here towards this bottom side as Dragon is slowly going to be coming up. And I think right now it's really on this Maokai and this Hecarim to see what picks they are finding. And right now, this Molloy's Maokai is proving me wrong with how much of an impact they are having.
Molloy's got to be there, but he's backing, doesn't have teleport, and Stenerworld's just going to be able to actually secure that Dragon. I think they could really try to look to force something right now. Suki might be trying to bait. They're going to have to look for like some kind of like engagement where they're like 4-on-3 ish. Maybe something cheeky with teleport from Proma, but Suki's going to be able to use that ultimate and kind of melt down and B1's health there, get him around half health.
And this is the big difference between, I would say, my time competing and today's game. Is this bounty gold and how a team can snowball and perform well and do great in the early game, but now that they've added this, and it's any team's game.
Yeah,
you know, they just won this insane Baron fight where they took all this gold, and now it seems like Molloy's in the driver's seat. I think SNHU still has options. They definitely should look to play around these ganks with the Hecarim and see if the Hecarim can outmaneuver the Maokai, but it's tough when Molloy's just pushing Baron minions down your throat. And what do? They have to wait. They have to see if they can execute once this Baron buff is over, and it's going to be on this 4 as they're looking as the 4-1, just as you said.
Yeah, and it's just really hard to actually compete with the Baron buff there. So the way the SNHU played it and kind of just waited it out there was probably the perfect way to play it. Not looking for anything too serious of an engagement and just kind of hunkering down and taking that loss there, because they didn't really lose that much. They're kind of even on gold in terms of items and leads right now. I mean, Lucian still has one item up on Xayah right now, and it's ultimate every fight, right? Just chunking through their front line. It makes it really hard for Molloy to actually engage, but I feel like right now, going into this kind of stalemate open phase right now, looking for vision is going to be number one. And then on top of that, you're going to want to be kind of spread pretty thin and make options vast, right? You want to make it so that the enemy team can't really know exactly what you're going to do next, because these teleports are going to be make or break in the next couple of fights, I feel like.
Absolutely, and you're just looking at this gold lead here from the Hecarim, I'd say, kind of outscaling this Maokai in terms of the clear, in terms of the speed, but nothing there for Molloy. That is where you kind of see the weaknesses of the Maokai, not really getting the pacing or the spacing that he really wanted to find his route, but kind of both teams just hovering around, dancing with each other, seeing what they can find. And Hecarim's looking to fight for this blue. It seems like they might commit to it, and does end up stealing it. Love to see it from SNHU, as they're still being aggressive with all these neutral objectives kind of coming up. And for me now, it's slowing down the game. And what are they looking for? They're looking for soul.
Yep.
Molloy wants the soul.
Yeah. Oh, the Zhonya's kind of just proved it's survive a little bit longer. Molloy is going to be pretty low health, and it looks like Suki's looking for something here. Doesn't have a Gale Force on him, but he does have those E-dashes along with the Navary. He could look for resets, but it looks like this wave is just going to be a little bit too thick for him to push through there.
And what I love to see here from SNHU is a 1v1. I want to see the Camille in a side wave not dying. I want to see the Vex in a side wave not dying. And then I want to see this bot lane and the junglers fight through it mid. Let the Hecarim make the decisions on where they want to fight. Do they want to fight on the Vex's side? Do they want to fight on the bot lane side mid? And look for their picks, because right now, in these 3v3s, these 4v4s, they are not looking good. And I think the main reason for that is the level of CC that Molloy has here with this Maokai, with the Rakan, with the Nico. It's just not a good place for SNHU to be, especially when they are not getting their CC tools off. They're just much harder to hit.
Yeah.
The Hecarim can't get in on the team with the root. The Vex Sphere is just very short range. And I think right now, it's really on SNHU to try to find these picks, try to work a 1-3-1, maybe a 4-1 if they want to play with the Vex too, but they need to find something here quick if they want to kind of extend this game and find their opportunity before this Dragon Soul comes up.
Yeah, and I think the amount of pressure Molloy is providing right now is a little bit overlooked, because he's able to crash these waves, and there's not a lot that they can really do about it, and he's just dragging a lot of attention from other people. But it looks like they are going to try to go in on this 3v4 here, are going to be able to get to so much CC, but just get burned down there. Toxic and Liam will fall.
What a great charm there from Molloy's Rakan as well. Tazo just stopping the Vex's ultimate completely. You see that combo from Vex a lot, where Vex likes to go in and use their shield to fear everyone. I thought that's what was going to happen. I thought we were going to see this steal coming out from SNHU, but the charm completely stopped them. Suki looking to try to make a difference here. Does get a lot of damage, but Molloy trying to just jump on him, and it's not going to look good here for Suki and for SNHU, as Molloy's going to Baron, trying to get as much of an advantage as they can, as we see the bot lane kind of still going down. Timers on death for SNHU.
Yeah, I think that they aren't really able to do what they want anymore as much, because, I mean, the Lucian's kind of like losing value by the minute, but he's able to just find so much off of it, and it must just be getting a little bit frustrating at this point, because I mean, picking Lucian, you just gotta have such a strong early game, right? And after going 20-30 minutes into the game, you're like, come on guys, like we had the lead, right? And we were getting somewhere, but you just start to get like in your head a little bit more, like, am I going to be able to actually perform to the level of the other ADC? Because my ADC loses value. Theirs doesn't. They get crit, they keep going.
Yeah.
Lucian is just, he's more focused on early game, and his attack speed doesn't really benefit that much.
Yeah, and you're starting to see the value of this team comp start to diminish just a little bit as you see the Shirelias on the Milio. You have an understanding of, we want to run at them, we want Hecarim running at them, we want to find a pick that way, and Molloy's doing a great job at stopping this with the root from the Maokai, the Rakan stopping it, and the Fiora is just demolishing the Camille on the side lane, and there's just a lot for Chroma to do here in that matchup. It's just a losing matchup at this point. The Fiora has scaled up, and there's just not much, as Molloy is sieging here with the Baron, and Suki's doing everything he possibly can to just get them away from the inhib. They're gonna have to commit here on a fight here early, but who's gonna make the first move?
It's just a game of tug of war. If you're able to actually match this Fiora, then you're able to really dedicate a little bit more attention towards the other lane, where they're just sieging all 4 people, right? So that's kind of the game that SNHU has to play right now to stay in this one. But now, after Molloy gets both these inhibitors, they're pretty happy with that push, and they are going to reset the gold that they have now. Having about a 5k gold lead on SNHU along with the Soul is going to be a pretty sizable advantage that SNHU has to play into. So playing these next fights is going to be very tricky, and they might have to pull some kind of shenanigans with teleports, or like you said, 1-3-1s, and trying to play a little bit more spread out. But with the inhibitors and the amount of pressure that Luoy has been providing in the past couple of minutes is just going to be a little bit doubtful to see.
Absolutely, and something I remember these situations a lot when I was playing and competing, and you have to be making the riskier moves if you're a SNHU right now. There's not an opportunity for you just to play back, play reactive, and let Molloy just win this game. You have to have them earn it. They have to earn this game. You cannot just let them slow push you on these waves. And for SNHU, it's like, when do we pull the trigger? When do we want to look for a fight? How do we want to look for a fight? It could be here on the top side as they're trying to find the Fiora. The Fiora does not get the stun off, and the gold is going to be going to Chroma as they're looking to push into the bot side, but Boy is going to get the inhib still, and then back away, but great opportunity, I think. The SNHU just has to keep looking for those types of picks and try to equalize the gold in some way before Molloy here just continues to grab their base.
Yeah, and now with these 3 inhibitors down, that's going to be so much pressure coming out from just the waves alone. You have these 2 super minions in each lane here coming down, so being able to actually push that out is going to be a difficult task, but getting it done is going to give you a little bit more leeway to actually pay attention to other parts of the map that you need to, like your jungle camps, or if someone's pushing a different lane that you need to be in there, you're going to be able to actually get to that rather than dealing with these super minions. So that's a good prerogative that SNHU has carried out so far in pushing out these side lanes in the mid lane. Now, they're going to be able to just push it right back, but as long as they get all 3 of them pushing at the same time, it's going to give them a little bit more time on their fuse that they have.
Absolutely, and it's a double-edged sword. You know, Molloy obviously has all the pressure now in the world on every lane with these double supers, but SNHU has the ability to get the XP, get the extra gold, so SNHU's going to try to utilize this to try to come back in the game a little bit, but right now, pressure and spacing is all that any team cares about, especially when Elder is starting to come up. It looks like Molloy is trying to force a fight here, does get a lot of damage here on the bot lane, but Suki is trying to come back, gets the pick on the Maokai, looking for extra picks here.
Oh my god, the Nico ultimate. that
What an ultimate.
just finding two people out of the blue, just bursting him down, and the Fiora sieging the Nexus at the same time is. You gotta watch out for Tazo trying to find Dragon Tempest. Toxic doing his best to save him right now, but they just gotta find a way out here to try to address this Fiora, taking both these inhibitors down. Chroma trying to find the 1v1 is gonna get that shield there. The E coming out, Loy is gonna be able to find that kill and onto the Nexus now, finding the end to that game, pulling through with the Fiora. What an excellent performance from Loy.
What a match.
Yeah.
What a match. What a back and forth match. That game looked like it was snooze. It
did.
looked like Snoo was about to 3-0 Molloy there, and we were going to write this one off, and we were about to add another trophy to the collection right then and there. But that fight on Baron from Molloy, where they were able to come back into the game, get a gold lead, and then they never looked back.
No.
Snoo never was able to break open the door and try to find something. And I really think that it was, Molloy did a great job at trying to stop the Snoo from kind of executing on what their plan was, which was, let's get Hecarim to run at you, let's get the Cerulean Blessing as our team's going to run at you, let's get the Vex to ult at you, and we're going to kind of look for a dive, look for early picks and damage before the fight even starts. But the Rakan charm, the Rakan knockup, the Maokai root and knockback, like all these tools to try to stop Snoo at what they wanted to do proved very effective.
Yeah, and just the endless efforts of actually trying to do that and just falling a little bit short because of like Maokai coming through with the ultimate, being able to save their bot lane multiple times, and the mid lane exchange with Suki and Liam, because like they were totally taking control of that mid lane, right? Like they were pushing them all the way towards their inhibitor tower. But the fact that they have that peel, the Xayah has the ultimate to get out of there is just, there's so many ways that they can get out of there as long as they're not too far up, and they knew exactly what they needed to do and the way that their win condition for that game, and they played it pretty perfectly, I feel like.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah, so we are going to throw to a quick break before we get into our next game here. Going to be game 4, and still set point here for SNHU. Welcome back as we get into Game 4 here between SNHU and Molloy. Molloy just took Game 3 from us, and just a crazy close game between the two. I mean, Molloy was in the lead, and then SNHU, after a quick tech pause, just, rocketed off the start line, just taking control of the game, and then just one single play at that Baron, Molloy was able to take Game 3 there, but a couple of locks going in here from SNHU and Molloy. We are going to see the Graves dedication again with the Victor and Lux. That's a nice composition coming out from SNHU.
I do like that composition. A lot of diversity there. You got CC, you got the early pressure from the Graves, and the damage obviously from the Victor. But the biggest change here is this Nico ban. Obviously, we saw the Nico in that last fight, and I had a little bit of a discussion there between that last match and this ban phase with the coach, and kind of talked about the ability from that and from Molloy's Nico to hit two people on their ultimate almost every single time, get a lot of value out of that Nico, and then the damage was disgusting in that game. So I think it's very interesting that the Nico ban's coming out and the Senna got picked up. That was the other auto ban that SNHU Blue was kind of going for there against Molloy, and we're gonna get a chance to see the Senna. And I won't lie to you, I'm a support main back in my day when I used to compete, and Thresh was my go-to. Still my most played, but Senna is now my new favorite support player.
Yeah, Senna just provides a lot of kind of early pressure in the lane, and the ability to have like those two ADCs that just pretty much outdamage anyone, because I mean Senna has the auto. I mean, it's just built in her kit to kind of outdamage you early, right? Because she has the auto, you auto her, she heals, and she gets her % health damage on you because of her passive. So it's just way more beneficial for her to trade into you rather than for you to trade into her. But until you get like those first items, couple even components to items, and you can start out trading her, that's when it becomes a little less oppressive. But SNHU, I think, has a really good late game composition here. Just waiting for that ADC lock to actually see if that's their dedication here. Nash looks like their hover right now could be a pretty good late game ADC, especially on hit into like Ornn and Maokai and stuff.
Absolutely,
very nice.
Yeah, there's just a lot of tank from Molloy, and I think probably getting a blade there on the Ashe is going to help there. We're going to see the Ziggs, I think, support coming out as Senna goes ADC. Well, Ziggs probably still going to farm out that lane just because the Senna passive with the Souls is, I think, the way to build her now. I don't know entirely, for sure, but I think that's is interesting to see from the bot lane. It's going to be a lot of damage coming out, but I think we're seeing the Maokai here 3 picks in a row. The junglers were really committing to this Maokai pick, and I like how SNHU has pivoted away from this heavy dive comp, and now they have a lot of options. They can siege, they can peel, they can look for picks with the Lux, they can look for early skirmishes with the Graves. Like, there's just so many options that they have with this comp now, where they're not kind of in this one-dimensional dive. So I think it's interesting to see what they're going to do here with this comp, and they just know that if we're finding something, we can kind of go in that direction and look for it.
Yeah, it's definitely a very versatile composition that both of them have going on here, because it really matters like where the dedication for these couple of picks like Senna, Ziggs, and Maokai, because Senna could be ADC, could be support, Ziggs could be ADC, could be support. We saw them pull out the Ziggs support, so very well could be that again. But it didn't really work out for them, so maybe a shift towards a Ziggs ADC could be what they're thinking. But it's really hard to execute the Ziggs support, because you can't just like throw your abilities left and right. Like, you gotta have some kind of thought put into actually landing them, right? It can't just, be a fire fest of just, all of your abilities. So and it did look like they were pretty good at landing those poke abilities as the Ziggs support, so I'm wondering if maybe they could even switch the support and ADC up on us, because they've done it a couple times to the top and jungle. Yeah,
I think either way, the Senna's likely not going to be farming. Whereas, like, you'll traditionally see, and I remember when Senna first came out, we saw some of the pro teams, they would have a tank support, usually Tahm Kench Senna, just because of low mobility, and Tahm Kench would be farming. the entire time, kind of getting your support a little fed there, and then the Senna would just be taking the souls.
Yeah.
Just as still, you're getting insane stats from the passive, and trying to make both those laners really strong. So it's going to be interesting to see them in the late game, as long as I think they don't go 1-14 like they did in that other game with the Ziggs. I think they'll be okay.
Yeah.
But there's also potential for Orange support there, which I love how Molloy has kind of gone through their drafts. It is so versatile. People can be playing anywhere in a lot of different ways. And I think they even changed out their top lane and jungle player a few times already out this match. So be interesting to see the creativity, as you said before, on their composition. But I like Snoo's adaptability. I think they're going to be able to do kind of anything they need to do in this game. It's just going to be, where are they finding early picks, where are they finding early skirmishes, and once they control a lead, can they keep it this time?
100%. And I can't wait to get into this game here, but we are going to take a quick break to wait out this spectator lane. We'll be right back in a couple seconds. welcome back. Getting back into this set here, a preventative award for this invade coming out from Molloy. They are going to be able to spot out that invade there and get a bit of vision here. Steno Rogue is still standing put here, but you got a lot more of a sight line there to work with than that little corner.
I like that. I like that coming out from Molloy, understanding that we've been punished on this play before. Let's sit back and not try to go for anything, crazy, and committing the word there. Probably the smart play. I would like to see Molloy be a little bit more aggressive sometimes on these invades, whether they're stacking in a bush. Like, imagine if they stacked in that tri-bush. Could have been a great play. But they probably have a good understanding that their level 1 is not going to win that, and they just kind of want to play spread there in that invade. So I do like the pickup here from the Fiora again. I think the Fiora is going to have a blast, just outscaling this Poppy. But I think the ability from the Poppy to really be a nuisance with the CC and the damage probably coming out from the later game is going to be nice for SNHU here.
Yeah, these grass procs coming through with the shield are going to be hard to play into, as well as having that W up. Fiora can't use her Q. So saving that W for her ultimate can really shut down what she wants to do there, and also having that ultimate ready for when she has the ultimate can just kind of get her away from you. So
absolutely, and we are kind of seeing the APC here from bot lane as the Ziggs is going to be farming throughout the lane. Senna with the support item. Early flash here from the Fiora. I'm not sure if that was a misclick or was just scared that, he could have died there.
Yeah, I think he was scared. The grass proc coming up there, you can't underestimate Poppy. She just has so much damage and even the ability to kind of harass you because she can use that grass proc with her shield. Absolutely. So she has a ranged auto like every 15-ish seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. And really gank here coming out from Dragon Tempest, trying to find the good route to come down. Fiora's playing this really well, just kiting away, and it looks like the Fiora's gonna get away as mid is coming over to help to make sure that the Fiora can get out. I don't know if the Fiora knows if the Graves was there, but I think right now the biggest matchup I'm looking at is this mid matchup. We picked the Victor, and they played Thorn again. Another melee matchup into the range is going to be sufferable here for Goku, and I don't know what they're going to do if they get behind here, but they're really banking off the idea that we want to use the Ornn to engage, we want to use the Ornn for the late game items, and oh my god, Promo almost dying there, very close, but it's going to be an interesting game throughout. I'm excited to see what happens here mid.
Yeah, the mid, I mean, Toxic has two jobs really. Just have that perfect CS like he has right now and try to make Goku's life as miserable as possible while farming. So he's been doing, or we saw the Syndra game where he did that pretty flawlessly, but with the Victor, I feel like he starts to get a different realm of late game because Victor late game just becomes incredibly powerful.
Absolutely.
So if he's able to get that farm up and start that scaling sooner, it's going to be a lot more vital to their end game here. And I feel like they're just trying to play smart and safe until they get their power spikes.
Absolutely. And I think another control mage coming out from SNHU's mid laner against just a melee matchup is going to be so crucial for them to this mid to late game. With this early pick here coming from the Maokai, trying to come down, looking for the W on the Suki doesn't get it. Suki able to outplay there, get a 1-for-1 it looks like. Absolutely insane.
Oh my god, he outtraded B1 there? How?
I have no idea. I was looking at the Maokai coming into gank and I'm thinking, this is going to be a free pick here from Molloy, but Yuki able to turn that around. I have to look back at that later on in the VOD and see what the heck happened there, but it's a great play. Yes. Able to stabilize there and not be down as Suki is now 1-1 instead of being 0-1, losing all that CS.
Yeah, and I think you need to put the gold still onto B1 there, even with the fasting Senna. Like, she's still technically your ADC there. So gold going on Ziggs, not by any means a bad thing, but it's just not the ideal option because now you don't really have an ADC that can trade back with the Ashe that's coming back with the Home Guard X.
Absolutely. And I think, I hate to point this out, but the Ziggs already has more kills that the Ziggs had in that other game.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think it's a good start for the bot lane for Molloy, but interested to see what they're going to be doing here with this double damage bot lane against the CC that Lux and Ashe is going to be able to bring. And early dragging coming out from SNHU. They understand they have the pressure, and Molloy kind of gave up their sleeve here, having them the Maokai kind of towards top side.
Yeah, and the flash Q coming out, they're going to P1 actually with an excellent
great
dodge. Yeah, that was just pixel perfect almost, and not even losing that much speed from running away from them. He's going to be able to get out of there.
I love the aggression there from Liam too, as just looking for this flash snare from the Lux. Almost dying here from Suki. There's a lot of damage coming out from this poke lane from the Senna and the Ziggs. Still playing with
fire.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly what I was going to say. The flash coming out from Tazo.
That's just going to be a kill right off the bat there for Tazo. Oh my god.
And Lux trying to do her due diligence here by stalling this wave, but I'm sorry to tell you, your ADC is going to miss that farm.
Yeah. You can almost stall it there, but picking up that spare CS could be good. But Goku going to be able to pick up a kill there onto Toxic is going to be a little bit, game-changing in this mid lane, because now he's going to be able to build a little bit more resistances, like that Abyssal Mask he picked up last time is going to make most of like what Toxic does just kind of like tickles to Ornn especially.
Absolutely, and it's just going exactly the way that Molloy wants this game to go in this early game. You're finding early picks on the players that you want to find early picks on. You're not going to get punished as hard now in this mid lane. Finding an early couple of kills here against Suki, just kind of denying the XP gain, the CC gain, and it looks like this Fiora is going to have a blast against this Poppy in the top lane. It's going to be really tough for Chroma to try to take this 1v1 against the Fiora in this split, but what really needs to happen is that Poppy needs to find an opportunity to fight with the team in this mid to late game portion of the match, and we'll see if the Poppy can kind of stay in the game until then.
Yeah, the Poppy kind of has like one dedicated role, and that's pretty much her ultimate, removing a factor from the fight. But Suki living on one, gonna book it out of there with his ghost, but Liam on the other hand taking so much damage from B1 here, might be able to get the kill, but it gets out of there safely also. That's going to be a very close call from SNHU here.
I love how aggressive Molloy is playing in the spot side right now. They are looking for blood, and they are trying to dominate even without the support of the jungles. They are looking for these 2v2 fights, trying to be aggressive, trying to use their poke, and understanding that they're never going to get out-traded. It's simply never going to happen against a Lux Ashe, and the Senna is just going to keep bullying. There's going to be a couple of abilities coming out from the Ziggs. There's not much to kind of do about that. So right now, I think what SNHU is looking to do is stabilize. They don't want to force anything. They want to kind of look for what they can get, and it looks like Toxic here getting some really good damage on the Goku, but they're going to make a play. It's going to be around the jungle. And they need to find something.
Yeah, and I feel like both these junglers, they've shown their face a couple of times across the map. That we are going to see that Rift Herald on Stunner World there, but other than that, I feel like they haven't really gotten their chance to shine there. It's mostly just been an objective game for both these junglers. So coming up to this next dragon, that might be a priority between the two of them, and it could be just that Molloy wants to give until the third dragon, like maybe just a standard game plan, but with the amount of lead that the bot lane has, I would be pretty surprised to not see them try to use that.
Absolutely, and it looks like the Maokai is trying to find an opportunity here to get into the bot lane. Gonna take this early scuttle. Good timing here with about 1:18 before Earthdrag's going to come up, and they really want to prioritize this as their bot lane is looking for some more engage here. Maokai's walking down, and the damage from Senna is just insane in this early game. That's why I love Senna. I just see so many Sennas go this early tank build. Ash Arrow almost coming out through the mid lane. But Rift is also coming bot side, and this is not looking good for Stu right now.
Yeah, the Rift is going to charge that tower. They'll get a couple of plates there for those 3. And that ultimate mostly kind of being a zoning ultimate across the 2. Suki gonna have to flash that ultimate from the Senna. Just so much like non-committal engage there. Gonna be able to poke them out from under like a whole turret away. Like they're not even close to auto range.
And now, with that, it sets up their dragon. There's not a good opportunity for it. Oh my god,
Shield.
Chroma!
Oh my god!
Chroma with the
Chroma.
outplay!
What was that?
Chroma with the outplay. What a great flash there to go pick up the shield
Yeah,
and get the opportunity to win that 1v1. Really pulling through there.
that was crazy. That was crazy. And the Bramble Vest too, just the smart tactical play. I mean, that's got to be a crazy game changer here for Promo. Gonna have a lot easier time, I feel like, into this lane. But
Absolutely.
Stenna World is going to be able to pick up this dragon here. We are going to see a rotation slightly from Toxic here. And we could see also Dragon Tempest skiing over this wall possibly.
Yeah, I think they might go for the steal. I don't know if they're just going to give it, and they will. Probably a good call. You know, they could have lost the Dragon and Dragon Tempest there,
Yeah.
and that would have been too much gold. I think going to Molloy and then taking your jungler off the map, losing him gold as well. It would have been a tough ride for them. But again, loving the aggression here in the bot lane. And what I was saying before is usually in a lot of ranked games and even competitive games, you will see the Sennas kind of go this like bruiser tank build with the frozen gauntlet, but I'm loving this lethality build coming out from the Senna, looking for damage, looking to try to be aggressive, and you almost have a second carry now because of this Zig Senna bot lane. You have so much damage kind of coming out, and this has kind of been a theme with Molloy where they've been going for 3 carries, 2 tanks, and they've been kind of stabilizing, whereas SNHU has kind of gone this 3 carries, maybe a 4th bruiser into a tank, or 2 bruisers, no tank, and interesting to see their 2 different playing styles so far.
Yeah, and we're going to see a weird dynamic come out here from both of them. We're going to see, it looks like a famine wave from both of them because opposite bot lanes here, but Dragon Tempest trying to utilize the weakness of that and trying to negate the disadvantage of people here is going to tank that Senna ultimate and just tank so much damage, but Toxic coming through here is going to be able to shut him down with that ultimate, and the Eek pinning him to that wall is going to be another kill.
Stun.
Yeah, that was incredible from Chroma. The ultimate coming through here also from Goku is coming up, showing up late to the party there. Toxic is going to be able to use that W to try to zone him. Stenna World taking so much damage right now. He might be able to outplay this one, dodging the E. The W not going to connect. The teleport coming through. He's taking so much damage. Is going to be able to find Stenna World. The Q comes through, but Tazo coming out from the gallows is going to be able to find Toxic. And that was just such a long engagement there off of what, I mean, just seems like such a weird play. Like switching the bot lanes there.
Absolutely, and I can't believe Toxic just lost, I think, 3 lives there.
Yeah.
He just lived through 3 different lives there, able to live that long, and the action does not stop as SNHU is looking to equalize here on the tower play, as Molloy is able to get their tower as well on the top side, and usually you'll see that from bot lane. You'll usually see a strong bot lane, and this is something that my old team used to do quite a lot, where you'll play towards a lane, you'll see maybe your bot lane or top lane really dominate, take the tower, and you'll want to switch them. You want to get the gold on them, you want to get the plates on them. It's still early enough in the game where they were able to get 2 towers worth of gold, and their ADC their APC, with their Ziggs and their Senna is really strong, and they're going to have a lot of gold on them individually.
Ooh, they're going to be able to get the slows off on Stennerwolf. He might not be able to live this one. W's in. Suki is going to be able to find him. And Tazo getting slowed here, but the Senna getting that root. That's going to be a secured kill there. A slow, inevitable doom is that composition in the bot lane. But that is also, just another one of the highlights I feel like we got to talk about with this bot lane is that with the Ziggs, they just have so much tower siege potential. So that's part of their game plan, I feel like, was switching the bot lane into the top to find that other outer.
Yep.
And after SNHU realized that, they were like, we can't let them play this game. So that's why they dedicated so much into that, because if they just let it happen, it would have been, they'd be losing that tower for pretty much nothing.
Absolutely, and I think it was great on both teams' ends. New realizing that we're going to lose top here, but we're not going to let them get it for free, and Molloy realizing we're going to commit these rotations up to the top side of the map, look for these kills after the skirmish had already started, and what a equalizing fight for both teams there. And it's starting to look like, I'm looking at the CS gap here. The Fiora's scaling this Poppy on the top side. The Victor's also going to be doing the same here on the Ornn. It's gonna really test, I think, both tanks, the Poppy and the Ornn's ability to have impact on both teams and see what they can do with their CC, with their damage, with their ultimates. And these Ornn items are going to start coming into play in probably the next 10 minutes or so, and we're going to see what can the value of both those guys bring.
Yeah, and like you said, their front to back is going to be pretty strong here, but I think an engagement's coming out here in the mid lane. Proma is going to be able to get taken out by Tazo there, and Stenoworld is hungry for more, is going to be able to find that ultimate. A nice engagement. The teleport comes out here from Toxic coming through. Had this Fiora ultimate on him there, is going to pop that, and Goku's going to be able to make that rotation there. That's going to be a couple kills picked up from Molloy there, amounting to about a 4K gold lead.
And, I still love the aggression from SNHU. I love what they're doing, and they're cutting out these fights. They're losing them right now, but I'm telling you, you look at Suki's build, he does not have the blade hit. And he is going to start shredding some of these tanks later in the game once he gets that item. And I don't know what he's building now. It could be a Blitz hit. He's maybe concerned there for the poke damage from the Ziggs, and the AP damage from the Maokai, but I think that they're going to be fine in these late games if they keep playing the fights correctly and try to focus on spacing, but they really need to not let it probably getting picked there before the fight would have started. It's not going to help their case. So they need to figure out a solution on, can we get picks here with the Lux? Can we get picks here with the Graves and roaming and finding something in the jungle so that we can actually get leverage in these fights?
Yeah, and I feel like there's also a bit of a time limit here for Molloy because they do have a lead here, but the longer the game goes on, SNHU does scale up a little bit more with the Graves. The Graves scales like crazy.
I feel like the Graves is going to fall off, personally. Really? Yeah, that's something I typically do see is Graves falling off. I haven't seen too many games where Graves really sticks it through, but the thing is I think they both scale well. Mm-hmm. The Senna and the Fiora on Molloy's side is going to do a great job into the late game just because the Souls are giving constant stats to the Senna. And I don't know how often you played Senna, but by the time Senna gets 100 stacks, she is going to have over 40% crit. She's going to have lifesteal. She is going to have extra BF swords worth of damage. Yeah, it's almost like having another item on her. And then the Fiora, obviously, with the true damage, is going to scale into the late game perfectly, and then the Ornn items. So I'm actually scared for the late game for SNHU, and I look at it, maybe the Graves scales a little bit into late game, Victor scales into the late game, and then we'll see how the Ashe does, but there's not a lot of mobility there on their bot lane. Yeah, so I'm scared for what if the Maokai hops on them? What if the Fiora hops on them? What if the Ornn ult picks both of them? We're going to have to see what SNHU does to really overcome this.
I feel like you said, how they basically have two carries in the bot lane there, is going to actually pull through for them since they have such a strong front to back right here. They got a bruiser and they got 2 tanks. So there's like not a lot more you could ask for when you're trying to play that front to back, especially when you have the center that already outranges their ADC. She can definitely play such a strong role into a front to back, especially with how much beefiness Molloy's team has.
Absolutely. And another thing that the Senna souls give you is range.
Yeah.
The more souls you get, the more range you have on your autos. As Suki finds an early arrow here as they're looking to fight, and they do not end up getting the pick here.
Oh.
They do!
Suki with the W is going to be able to find that, but that's going to be a life there. It's going to be Dragon Tempest there, as well as Suki and Liam both going to fall there. The bot lane just ripping through SNHU.
That's a lot of damage from the Victor there, though. That was very close for P1, but they just did not get that Maokai for the longest time.
Yeah.
They almost didn't even get the Maokai at all, but they sacrificed 3 kills, or 3 deaths, just to try to get that, and it was not a good opportunity there for SNHU to try to equalize the gold, and in fact, they've just extended the gold lead even more to Molloy's favor, so not looking good here for SNHU as we're kind of heading into this big game, as the Dragon lead is going to Molloy, the gold lead is in Molloy's favor, and they are just controlling the pace of this game as they've kind of opened up a lot of the map so far with all these towers that they've taken as well.
Yeah, SNHU is going to be pretty down here, but I feel like with the right amount of play, they can kind of get back in the game. They have these objective bounties along with the Baron coming up. Like, steals could be pretty important. And oh my god, he's just there for it. What seems like an eternity, just locked in place. But Kazo trying to come out here.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, the Q going just a little bit wide. Suki being Dragon Tempest's guardian savior there, but here comes the Senna.
Wow, what a...
Yeah, the root is just going to engage them here, but Suki pulling through, not looking back. He's going to be able to just provide so much DPS. Luei, a little bit out of position here. He's going to feel the wrath of those slows, but again, the amount of zoning skill shots we saw in that fight has to be like the clutch play from both of these teams. Like, just saving each other. Dragon Tempest getting saved by the Ashe ultimate. Everything just, I mean, the team knows how to play for each other.
Absolutely.
Obviously.
And I love the Senna coming into that fight, trying to make a difference there, looking for the pick, gets the CC on Suki, and then gets obliterated.
Yeah.
You can see how much of an impact SNHU has when they're trying to just protect their teammates there.
Yeah.
You know, they're just trying to make sure we're not getting picked, you're not getting anything free here, we're not just going to run away and let you take our ADC, we are going to fight. And because of that, Suki doesn't die, and we're able to get the pick and the trade there on the Senna. So, loving the fact that they're looking for these fights, but it does look like Molloy has a lot of pressure here on the Dragon. We're going to see if the Popule can hit any big players there, and does not back.
It hit the jungler.
Absolutely, it does.
Oh, Liam taking so much damage, but so is the Ziggs there. They found a shutdown onto the Graves, and the rest of the team pulling through. Going to be able to find so much damage here. Proma, it just needs to peel here. I think Toxic is getting a little bit antsy, but I think that after getting that shutdown there, just getting out is probably the best thing. They got that shutdown onto the Ziggs, especially on the Graves. That's going to be a very vital game changer, but the chase goes on. The W lands. That might be the end of Toxic there. Center World coming out here with the WQ, but takes so much damage from Dragon Tempest, they forgot about the other two, going 1-for-1 there. It's not that bad of a situation for SNHU.
What a chase from Molloy. I cannot believe that must have been a max range W there from Senna that actually got locked down there. What a great play there from Molloy, but that was a great fight in general. I think both sides kind of got something out of that. You see SNHU able to get the Dragon there from the ultimate from Proma, pushing back the enemy's jungler, and then you also see the fights kind of going, you know, both ways there, but the Fiora getting a lot of pressure on the top side. I'm fairly confident the Fiora was able to get the tower there, and I thought the Fiora honestly could have kept pushing for a little while longer and kind of used that chase to maybe get some inhib damage or inhib tower damage, but ended up just going back, and I think both teams kind of got out with something there. But the 5K gold lead that Molloy does have is still there. They still have an opportunity to extend this lead, but we're gonna have to see SNHU try to come back in this one.
I think the good thing, the good sign for SNHU right now is that despite the amount of stuff that's been happening on the map, the amount of fights that have been happening, the gold lead has not really moved that much, right? It hasn't really changed from that 4 or 5K difference, and with SNHU becoming stronger by the minute, like with the almost death cap on the Barrett,
Wow.
Victor there is going to be a game changer. But Loy getting Eid into the tower there, yeah, Bro is just crazy on the Poppy here tonight. The R coming almost in clutch there. That would have been crazy.
I love how Brahma played that fight too. There is a big difference there, obviously, from the damage. Fiora is just going to get that true damage on the tank, gonna outscale the Poppy there in these 1v1 matchups, but I don't think Brahma could have played that any better by knocking the Fiora up in the tower range and just looking for early damage, and now has this lead almost looking for this kill here. Fiora having to back away, burn the ultimate, and we'll see if Fiora even comes back into lane now, but it probably does have a little less mana here. Brahma might look to back, and we'll see what they want to do around this Baron. Is it looks like Molloy wants to take it, but they're not sure when to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and just tiptoeing around that Baron is a pretty important part of playing this macro, because you always got to have that threat that they can actually take it, or else SNHU is just going to capitalize off of the bottom split there. They're going to be able to take the Fiora out, going to be able to take the Poppy out from Molloy, so you always got to have that kind of even spread, or else it's going to turn into something bad very quickly.
Absolutely, and you look at Molloy's wards around the top side, you can see that they are prioritizing this Baron, and to be honest, they could have snuck this Baron, I think, honestly, about a minute and a half ago, if they really wanted to.
They probably could have. Their dedication is very clear right now.
Yep, and it's going to take SNHU's effort here as their support and jungler trying to go back into the jungle and try to re-clear some of these wards and get the vision out, as both teams are still just replacing these wards, contesting this space, kind of farming out on the top of the mid side, as they're just letting the top laners chill here bot lane, not looking for anything insane, and they're probably figuring out how we're going to get back in this game. Are we waiting for Dragon? Both teams have 2 dragons at this point. When are we fighting and contesting Baron? Do we want to take that risk now when they don't need to? And I think SNHU's fairly confident that they're going to try to find a pick here, as Suki just barely misses the ultimate, and they are still looking for their in to come back to this game.
Yeah, that ultimate could have been pretty game-changing there if they got that pick leading into this dragon here. That could be a pretty vital fight for them, but Molloy always has the option of going 1-for-1, trying to trade that Baron off for the dragon, so...
Absolutely. And I think the biggest, thing that we're going to be looking at here in the next couple of minutes is, how does this team fights go? Because Molloy is going front to back, because these tanks are just getting tankier, tankier, and tankier, are they going to be able to kill them? We saw in that last kind of skirmish around Dragon, it took a long time to kill that Maokai, and you look at the Ornn, hasn't died yet. So it's going to be really tough here, I think, to try to destroy them in these fights, especially when Poppy is still getting pushed. You are not winning on the split lanes against this Fiora when you were playing a tank role, and it's just you're sacrificing a lane in priority by playing 4v4 on the other side of the map, and they have to look for something or they're going to be getting punished. They do end up finding, Molloy does end up finding the pick here on Toxic, but SNHU trying to counter here with a pick of their own against the Fiora. I don't know if Fiora's going to have the opportunity to get back. Great ultimate here from the Lux, and does have to burn the flash. That is unfortunate, as Molloy is going to take this dragon.
Yeah, Molloy finding that dragon is going to be the counterplay there to that attention that they were able to divert towards the top lane there, but the slipperiness of the Fiora is just can't be undermined there. Like, the ability that she just got out of there after Brahma locked her down for so long was crazy.
Absolutely, and it's an attestament to her kit and what she does, but if she does anything well, I'm telling you, it's scaling. She is going to scale into this late game. We are already seeing it. She only has 2 items in, and you just wait till a fully built viewer goes 1v1 against your top lane, you are not going to be surviving that. And it's not looking good as you see a huge CS lead there on the top lane.
Right, yeah. The Fiora is, I mean, kind of also a time bomb there for SNHU, but the way that they've been handling and Promo's been outplaying so far, I'm not too worried about it for the near future, but coming up to this next objective here, the Baron, I feel like they're really going to have to, play pretty thinly spread here across the lanes, and the teleports are definitely going to be a key factor in these fights. Like, we're going to see both top laners up here, and where their ults are dedicated, like whether or not, there's one right there, and that's a cleanse right off the bat there. Suki is going to get poked out here and slowed. That is just a very crucial member that SNHU is not going to have for this Baron.
That was highly unfortunate there for SNHU, but you have to be impressed there with Tassa. Getting that knockback, getting Suki misplaced there, pushing him a little bit closer to their Senna. They were able to have that range to just kill him without the help of their support from the Lux was detrimental. You know, Suki trying to find an early pick there with the ultimate, ends up hitting it, but with a cleanse there from the Senna, did not do too much help there, and great play there from the Ziggs, from Molloy, and it is just slowly pushing this lead even further for Molloy as they're now up about 7k gold.
Yeah, and that's kind of the amount of a lead that they had last game, and the way that they were able to really, clamp down after getting the lead that they needed here to really, start to being the aggressor. It's just like a really clear switch of a flip here, and oh my god, they even got the Knight's Vow there stuck against that ultimate there, and oh my god, Dragon Tempest paying the price there, getting hit by that W from B1, and Center World trying to find more here. It's going to find two rooted there. Liam holding him off with the Q, but Suki is going to be killed there by B1 Chroma using his ultimate to get Steno off of him. He is going to be able to survive this one, but coming in from the side lane, we're going to see Loy just bursting Toxic, finding that kill there. That's another kill onto SNHU as the turrets come through. A reset. Actually, no, Orange just teleporting from the side lane. Where was he? Gonna come through here with the cannons, ending this turret here. Chroma is going to be able to find a nice little knock up there, but it's to no avail. Molloy is going to find the Nexus there. And that was another crazy close game between these two, but Molloy just once again proving that they are a menace when it comes down to, when they have that lead and they need to kick it into overdrive, they definitely can.
Absolutely. And you look at it, they were down 2-0. Mm-hmm. They are now on track for a reverse sweep.
Yeah.
But I'll say this. I wore this shirt for a reason today.
Yeah.
This is ECC Championship. We are here to win. SNHU is here to win, and I think they're going to come back in this game. And I think right now their biggest thing that they need to be doing, try to have a priority pick in this top lane. Do not get split by a Fiora. Do not pick a matchup that is going to lose against a Fiora on the split. Try to be active and be available so that you are not putting pressure there. And then can we get our bot lane fed? Can we get our bot lane some pressure and priority so that they do not get outpoked by a Son of Ziggs, so that they don't get outpoked by any bot lane that they're going to, and that they have the option to be in this game?
Yeah, I think they need to keep the Senna banned. The Senna is definitely one of their comfort picks, and they know how to play very well. So the other thing, like with the Fiora, is she doesn't really have a counter pick. Like, there's not really any pick that goes really well into other than like something that outscales her, like a Kale or something. So it's hard to play with that because the jungler can easily abuse Kale. Even the Fiora in the early game can abuse the Kale. So definitely a hard decision to make going into our next draft. But let's take a quick break before we get into that here in a couple seconds. So we'll see you in a few minutes. We made it to game 5 between these two crazy teams here, going back and forth, just almost a reverse sweep from Molloy on set point now here, and SNHU being on set point in the last 2 games. It's just nerves for both of these teams right now, because this is make or break. Winner takes all here.
Absolutely. And crazy that it went to game 5. Yeah. And we're about to see, I think, one of the best matches that we can possibly see with this last game, because both teams have had leads. Both teams have kind of been back and forth with each of these games, and we've seen games where SNHU's been ahead, they've thrown this lead. Molloy's been ahead, they've thrown this lead. Slow-paced games, fast-paced games, and I think here is going to be the final nail in the coffin. Yeah. So we're going to see what they're going to have, and I love this. I think the pick here from SNHU Blue to take away this fear on the top side, saying, I'm not going to let you win this lane anymore, I'm now going to win this lane.
Yeah, and this is kind of like the premonition you had, right? Because you were like, they need to pick something to counter that top lane in the prio pick, and what's the better counter than just their own medicine, just picking a promo.
Yes. So they did leave the Senna open, though. Very interesting that they're going to continue to ban the new Zoe and then go with the Nico. You know, being a little afraid of the damage, a little afraid of the CC, the counter dive, and this bot lane was a nuisance for SNHU. And if anyone's going to take Senna Ziggs down, it's going to be Suki and Liam and their bot lane pickup. But this Nocturne pickup could be huge as well, as if the Fury is going to split, if the Fury is going to find this lead into this mid to late game and scale, who do you want hovering? You want that Nocturne. You want someone able to gank fast and effective, and you now have this opportunity to have a 1-3 with the lurking Nocturne just waiting to cast that ultimate.
Yeah, and that's the scary part about Nocturne, is if you don't have those deep wards, you're not going to see them coming. So it's going to be a pretty scary environment as SNHU is set up for Molloy Esports. You got to be very careful and play with a lot of vision for sure going into this game. But I sense something up SNHU's sleeve that they might try. I don't know if they have it like fully fleshed out, but with the Lucian, the Renata would be pretty nice. And the cool thing with the Renata ultimate, with the Nocturne ultimate, is that when you're nearsighted, you can't see the Renata ultimate coming at you.
Really?
Yeah, until it's like right next to you, because you're nearsighted. So you have like basically, 550 auto range of.
I love these mini plays in League of Legends that you never kind of know about. There used to be a play back in the day we called the submarine.
What is the submarine?
The submarine was a play where if you were Twitch, you would go invisible and be running at someone, and then a Shen ultimate would be coming down on the Twitch. And you have no idea you're about to get ganked by 2 people, and we call it the submarine because you're hidden and you don't really know that 2 people are about to come and destroy you. So I love these little mini plays like that where you have the option to kind of go into these plays and micro plays, but I really like this pick coming out from SNHU. I love the Nami. The Nami is just a classic. It's a classic. You're going to enchant the Lucian for the next couple autos. And I personally played against this spot lane the other day in one of my games, and it's just oppressive. It is so oppressive in this early game. I think the sustain from the Nami is going to be great in that bot lane, especially against a little bit of range and the sustain from the Senna. But I'm concerned with the range. Lucian, not as much range there to kind of help against the Senna and Ziggs, but we'll see what they can do there. And then the Lux mid is interesting.
Yeah, and the Lux mid is also another pick I think Toxic has played before. And Lucian Nami, also, like you said, it used to have like way more synergy. They've had to nerf it like 7-8 times in the past.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And there was like at one point with the new runes, Nami would take Electrocute, and because she E'd Lucian would be able to proc the Electrocute off of his autos. So all that, I mean, and they're still one of the best duos in the bot lane.
Yes.
So it's just the power of both of their E's combined together. The empowered autos on top of the Lucian double tap is just crazy damage. So That's going to be an oppressive bot lane, and they have their dedication decided. They are playing for this early game here, and they are going to try to get a lead and just end this one quickly. So
absolutely, and I looking at Molloy again.
Yeah.
What a weird comp here! What a weird comp. It looks like the Darius top, Poppy jungle. Haven't seen that in a long time, and still with this Ornn mid pick. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, after game 2, I kind of gave up on guessing and just went to draft, and we'll see when we get to the game what their actual lock-ins are. But definitely, I think you're right. I think the Ornn is still in the mid layer. They might have actually picked up the Poppy for the Fiora in the top lane, but I'm not too sure where the Darius would go then.
Yeah, Darius jungle could be a thing.
It could be a thing, and they have tried to do it before, like with the bleed. They put bleed on the jungle camps and stuff, but I don't think it's that good because his game potential is not that great. So, definitely excited to see where they're going, but I can't wait to get into this game. We're going to throw it a quick break before we get back to you with spectator delay. We are back into it. Game 5 here between these two teams, and the stakes are high. This is a championship. Set point for both teams.
I'm excited. I'm very excited. I cannot believe, again, we go the distance to Game 5. I haven't been at a Game 5 in, college competition for years. And it's absolutely crazy that we are here for the first semester back.
I know. In, this team, I feel like throughout the whole season, we've seen them just perform back to back, and they've gone through so much development too. This is kind of like their niche. It's the adaptation that they make and the fact that they are able to just be so versatile. Once again, we are seeing a couple. We've seen the Fiora before, but other than that, it's just Solution, right? They're all on new champions.
Exactly. And I look back at the history of SNHU esports in ECC. The reason why we have all these championships is because of this effort, the work that these students are putting in each and every day. The fact that they are committing weeks and months of practice and prep and competition to get to this point. And this is what we are all here. We're at the final point, final map, best of 5. Let's get this going. And again here, early level 2 advantage coming from Molloy, finding that early pick. They've done such a great job tonight getting that advantage and trying to look for picks. But the Ziggs might get caught here. Looking for the ward. Does have to blow the flash. The Fear's gonna go off here from the Nocturne.
Dragon Tempest with the spell shield too, gonna pick up that first blood onto Suki. A nice play there from SNHU, walking into that vision. Yeah,
love the timing there from Nocturne, just coming up for when the Ziggs is gonna be warding that tri-bush, and just what a smart play.
Ooh,
what great timing.
They canceled the back, I think, but the teleport on Tazo is a weird niche play. They're gonna get this pressure back here, and still. He's gonna be this.
No.
Oh no! That's an angry cue out of there. I'm going to my tower to recall from Dragon.
Yep, that is definitely gonna put the Nocturne behind just a little bit, but I think they'll take it, especially being up about 400, 500 gold now at this point, with some early kills here on Suki, the exact man you want getting those kills.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and. Already starting with an aggressive start here, has out to the poke here, but taking so much damage there. Burst from Tazo and V1. That's going to be a little bit daunting here without the Doran's Blade, but he had those, obviously has the moves right now, dodging those skill shots, but has the sustain from the health pots, but now that that's kind of gone, this is a perfect time to kind of reset.
I love how the draft went for SNHU as well. Kind of, again, got the Fiora early, looking to fight and contest bot lane. They do not want to play back. They do not want to play for, a couple of poke picks. They want to fight. They want to engage. They want to sustain bot, be able to contest this pressure that the Sun and the Ziggs give. And right now, I feel like we're seeing the best of both teams. They're kind of pulling out the Sun of Ziggs for their bot lane, the Lucian Nami for SNHU. The Ornn pick has been a consistent pick throughout the night. We've seen Lux mainly as the support, but coming out through the mid I think is interesting. It's just a lot of comfortability coming, I think, from both sides, and it's going to be really interesting to see how this early game develops for the rest of the game.
Yeah, SNHU has obviously, so far been pretty comfortable on their picks, but I imagine this has got to be what they are the best at, right? Because this is game 5, lots on the line right now, so being able to go into this with a clear headspace is going to be important. But Suki taking an extended trade there is going to be able to live that one, but B1 and Tazo just proven time and time again it's just so hard to trade into that lane there.
Absolutely, and you're going to have to see Suki here. Probably wait for a couple of these heals, maybe they'll be re-engaged, but Suki is aggressive, just wants to find these early picks.
Oh my god, the
flashing Suki!
No way!
Wow.
What an outplay.
Absolutely insane. I cannot believe Suki has the confidence. He is him.
He is him.
He is him, just walking up there, 25% health, and still looking to contest. wasting the flash, not even wasting it, getting value out of it,
Yeah.
and finding that pick.
Yeah, and
Suki
that-
wants this.
That he pretty much deserves this at this point, but he is going to pick up another kill here, and we're going to see Steno World on the Poppy come through here with the E. Going to try to find Suki here.
No.
The shutdown's going to go to B1, though. The ult coming out from Goku. The collapse is going to be there. A triple kill onto B1, and that is a crazy turn of events for B1. Now back in the game from just a longsword, is going to be able to just have so much more material than that.
Not what you wanted to see there.
No.
Absolutely not what you wanted to see there if you're a SNHU fan. They really, I think, just got a little too greedy, trying to contest and push people off for that dragon, and maybe should have either done it a little bit earlier or just said, let's reset. We have great gold here and great items here that we can get on the Lucian, and we'll come back and we'll fight this another day. But now Senna up 3 kills from that fight. This is not going to be a pretty one from the bot lane. We're going to see both these ADCs kind of come through and try to see what they can do to contest this game.
Ooh, Molloy gonna ghost there, and actually coming back in here with the ghost is getting a little bit confident. I feel like he was looking for the outplay. I think he got an E. He might be able to kill Promo right now. Actually, Promo has the ultimate, but Molloy is going to be able to find that R. And the fear comes out here. Dragon Tempest is going to be able to avenge him there and push out this wave. Going to be a nice little kill there for Dragon Tempest, and might be able to get level 6 off of this wave.
I love the fact that Tempest still wanted to go in there for that fight. It is so scary. It is one of the most scary things in the game to want to gank a Darius because the 1v2 potential there, but the fact that still had the confidence, knew that the fear was coming up and we could look for that fight, made it so that we evened out there on the top side. And I think right now, as long as Proma doesn't, die too much early, stays in the game, and is able to outscale this Darius, they're going to be completely fine top lane. It's going to be a reverse of what we've seen kind of throughout the entirety of the games, where I think Fiora is going to have the lead still, but it's going to be on SNHU's side.
Yeah, and I mean, Fiora is one of those champions where she is very hard to deal with the longer the game goes on, because the amount of she's basically kind of just like the ideal top lane, right? Like, she is hard to contest on her own, right? She's gonna kill you if you try to duel her, and she can provide that pressure and split, demolishing through towers.
Absolutely.
So it's kind of what you look for in top lane.
And I find it very interesting to look at a lot of damage here coming out from the bot lane on Molloy, but it looks like Dragon Tempest is going to give up the red and try to come down and help. Toxic also making his way down, but going to be seen on the ward as Molloy is just going to back away there. But I find it very interesting with the style of play from both teams so far. Not really going for these 5v5 teamfight comps, not really going for these wombo combo front to back plays. They're really going for these front to back 4v4s and letting the top laners kind of just be on their island, do their thing. And that's the essence of, Fiora, just as he said, just looking for these splits and trying to force a jungler or a support or someone to come to this lane to say, if you want to beat me, you're going to have to beat me 2v1.
Yeah, and I feel like we haven't really seen that throughout their season as much, but this game in particular is kind of like a highlight of that. Can definitely be a way to, play the game, and even as we saw the Fiora end the game in game 3. So,
absolutely, and right now we're looking at it. It's about a 1k gold lead. It's not huge for Molloy, but that early fight at the Dragon definitely gave them that edge to kind of say, we're controlling the game a little bit. I think this next Dragon is going to be pivotal in the next minute or so. That's going to kind of decide who's going to get this early game lead and where they're going to look to try to fight.
Ooh, gonna find Steno World in his jungle there. B1 trying to peel him off there, and is going to be able to get pretty good distance between them. The wave coming out from Liam trying to save Suki and himself, and they are going to be able to get out of there at the cost of his flash.
And I want to say it looked like there's a bit of miscommunication there. The bot lane looking to be aggressive there towards blue side as the Nocturne's backing, trying to reset for the Dragon, and probably wanting to stay back a little bit just to stay even. But the Nocturne does look for the ultimate.
Yeah, but they don't have the ultimates from Liam or Suki to pull through here. The teleport might just be what they need, and it's coming through here from Promo. He's going to be able to get that Q, get the sack on to B1 there, and get another one. The healing's coming through, but the ultimate from B1 peeling him off. Going to deal so much damage to Suki. They're able to divert their attention to Promo, and he falls. Suki running for his life here. A double kill onto Tazo.
It is so frustrating as a team when you were looking for some pick, you're looking to execute on some play, and you just get turned. And that is exactly what Molloy just did to SNHU there. Playing great as they were kiting away, looking for CC, looking for it to sustain throughout the fight, doing damage, and they played that kite perfectly as they got a couple of picks there, and they are now just in the driver's seat, controlling the pace of this game as SNHU is looking for an opening to try to come back here.
And SNHU still by no means is out of the game right now. They are down 3K-ish gold, but they have their ways back in, and it's just kind of slow and methodical play that they're going to have to try to figure this one out.
And, I look at it, the biggest pieces, I say League of Legends 101 before, boarding, huge. Another piece about it, communication, huge. We're not in those comms, but I'm interested to see what they're calling for targets. What is the plan? And the third, in League of Legends 101, and just in team sports in general, decision making.
Yeah.
Are we making the correct decisions? Are we looking for the correct fights? And some of these plays so far, it's looking really tough for SNHU, but I think right now, their opportunity to get back in this game, although 0-3 is this Fiora, Chroma has the opportunity to outscale this Darius. Being down a little bit of farm, understandable, gonna have the early pressure, but this late game Fiora is gonna have the opportunity, I think, to bring them back to this game.
Yeah, and I like the way that Molloy is playing with their macro right now. Goku just sticking through and gonna find that rotation here from Center World, actually pulling through with, can I cancel that E? And Goku's burning right now. He might die. He's gonna die to Suki there, but Steno World landing that knockup is gonna be able to finish him off there, and it looks like Toxic might have found Tazo in the river there in a quite unfavorable position, but Tazo manages to get out of there, and going 1-for-1 is not that bad when you're behind.
Absolutely not. They definitely want to try to trade gold here and there. They already know the other team's ahead. If we can get gold on our team as SNHU, that's what you want to look for, especially when you're the team behind. But not a bad fight there at all. I honestly thought Suki was about to just get a double kill, but great ultimate from Senna on Molloy's team. And we are still down about 4K gold here, but there's still promise. There's still opportunity. You still have the Fiora that's going to scale. You still have opportunity for this Nocturne to try to find some ganks and some early picks with their ultimate. And this Lux is slowly building up. You look at this CS lead. 0-0 across the board hasn't really made any impact plays yet. But as soon as this Lux gets 1 kill, we're about to start seeing the Lux pop off.
Yeah, and the kind of hard part about the Ornn in the mid lane is that he's not really going to do that much other than make these rotations with the huge ultimate plays. I mean, that doesn't sound like not that much. That sounds like a lot, which it is, but it kind of just shuts down the opportunity of getting ahead for Toxic. So
absolutely.
That's kind of like the lame part of playing that way, but Toxic still coming through with the damage. Obviously, in no way is in a feast or famine situation. He is definitely feasting.
Absolutely, and interesting build choice here from the Lux. I've not seen a Lux build Leandri's, I think, ever, but kind of understandable. Having a lot of bruisers, tanks here on Molloy's team, looking for a little bit of poke damage instead, but I would have loved to see the Lunans there and have that match, the matching pen. Almost a kill here on the Darius too. They're just slipping away from SNHU's grasps, but I find it very interesting to see the build choice again here from the Lux, as I love the burst from Lux. I don't know about the damage over time builds, but I think it'll be really interesting to see, will this Lux be able to one-shot some of these squishies on the other team, like the Ziggs, like the Senna, later into the game?
Yeah, and the Lux, like, you're not going to have that pen that you normally have with Leandri's, but the composition that Molloy has drafted here, the 3 tanks, that Leandri's is going to be so crucial for actually being able to deal enough damage to actually kill them. So that it was probably the mindset that he built Leandri's in, especially into the Ornn there, first building that Radiant Virtue there. So
absolutely. And looks like the game's slowing down just a little bit here. We're starting to see the split continue for the top side as the Fiora versus Darius matchup is continuing. And I'm interested to see what's going to happen here on this mid players. Is Nocturne going to look for a pick? Is it going to look for an ult? Or are they going to come to the side lane and look for a pick, just like Liam's looking for right now?
Yeah, Liam is going to be able to provide a little bit of protection here for promo. He's not going to get tower dove with Liam standing by, but there is going to be a siege here onto this mid turret here, and as that finishes up, the dragon has been started. It is going to be something that they're going to want to try to contest, being the 3rd dragon, so this is kind of a key point in the game, I feel like.
Nocturne coming out here, going to be looking for this Jade, doesn't get the Jade, the Portal gets a triple knockup.
3 knockups from Goku is gonna just pull through. Goku on 1 health though. The root and ult though just barely by the tip is gonna get that. And now Toxic still looking for the steal there. Has that Q in the E, but Sentinel World with the smite is gonna be able to pick that one up there for his team. 3rd dragon on the board here for Molloy.
And you look at it, it's it's a tough matchup there. Losing 2 kills, getting the 1, not terrible, but we're still down in gold. You look at SNHU's economy here, we're still down about 7k gold. And you just really want them to have this opportunity to say, can we come back this game through the bounties? Can we get some picks here on some of these players? You look at the Senna, you look at the Poppy, haven't died yet, haven't lost the opportunity to be off the map for even a split second. And they're constantly getting XP, they're constantly getting gold. So trying to find some picks on these players, any of the bounties would be huge for SNHU right now.
And that's going to be kind of the way to get back in here into this game, is shutting down firstly their role that they've got going. Like Senna obviously hasn't been off the map yet, so she's kind of got her like routine, and she's racking up her souls. So if you're able to shut her down for just a split second, you bought yourself more time back into the game, right? And the same goes for the Poppy, right? Poppy's been on the board the entire game, so taking those players off even just for a split moment, you're not only going to get a lot of precious time back and pressure, you're going to get that gold from the bounties.
Absolutely. And I'm still looking at this matchup on the Fiora side. I'm seeing Will probably be able, as unfortunately,
that's just going to be Molloy using that vision to their advantage there, and Liam gonna be the victim of them pushing their lead with purely just what seems like their vision.
And it happens, right? It happens. You're going for vision and you're trying to make play to just try to get some wards out there. It doesn't work all the time, but it's something that happens in the game, and I think because we're behind, it just magnifies it so much more when you have a pick that's going down. But SNHU trying to get back in the game, and they're looking for something as the gold lead kind of is stabilizing at this like 5k mark right now, 6k mark.
And now they're tiptoeing around Despair here. That might be the next thing that Molloy really tries to force, because I don't think SNHU can kind of contest that if they did try to force it without a pick there. But a nice bit of damage on Center World there is going to buy them a lot of pressure and might actually deny Molloy from even starting this Baron in the first place.
I love that. I love the opportunity to find those picks. That is exactly why the Lux is picked there. You know, you're looking for these opportunities to find chip damage and just stop Molloy from finding these fights.
Chroma found the solo kill and on the way in the bot lane.
I didn't even notice it.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice it. It's just there was too much going on there during that mid skirmish, but that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. Is you just see these. Oh my god.
Oh, Suki going in here, and that root is actually going to be what almost saves him there, but forced back into that turret range by Goku's zoning with the ultimate there is going to be what takes him down there. But Tazo almost died there. The Tubby saving him, coming in clutch.
And I think that's the glimpse of hope I was talking about. Can the Fiora outscale the Darius? Can Chroma win these 1v1 fights? Because you're giving your team now another lane to play around, another option to play around where the Darius isn't going to be able to fight me anymore. Send another person. And if Chroma can get this lead to start out this game long enough, we might see this Fiora really pop off. But it looks like he's going to take this Baron and going to have this gold lead kind of extend a little bit here. And for the next couple of minutes, as Baron buff is pushing Molloy to get even more of an opportunity to have this lead there. It's going to be tough here for SNHU, but I like this opportunity for SNHU to get wards around the dragon still and find their opportunity to find a pick.
Yeah, and this third or fourth dragon here coming up in 25 seconds is going to be a game decider here for both these teams. Molloy getting this would be crucial, but B1 almost getting fully bursted down by the QR from Toxic, and he's going to be forced to kind of back out of this one, and he might even have to reset at a very unfortunate time.
That's where the Ludens, I think, would have came in handy. You know, you looking for these picks and you're really trying to execute lower health enemies like the Son of the Ziggs, and I think the chip damage is going to be great for the tanks, but you really want Lux also finding these picks and the squishies. But Nocturne's looking to ult in here, nearsights everyone. The teammate looking great here for SNHU, gets the pick on the Darius. Poppy trying to stop this fight with the ultimate. We're waiting to see if he misses. Wow.
Ooh, Chroma almost going to find his ultimate there, but he might be forced back out here. Still on 4-on-4. Both of Suki and Liam just solo here. Toxic also not really having enough health to really re-engage there. So they are going to get a kill on the way, but they're going to have to back out of that one and give up the soul to Molloy.
And that fight was looking so good for SNHU early. And they were able to find the pick there on the Darius. And you're looking now at the Darius and you're saying, Darius is doing the exact thing that you want to see him do. You want to see him group with the team, understanding, okay, my time is not shining anymore. I'm not able to beat this Fiora anymore on the split. I think I'm going to try to group with my team a little bit more often. And this is where you want to see Chroma say no. Hey, you can go with the team, but I'm going to go split. And I'm going to go get more CS. I'm going to go get more farm, more experience, and I'm going to start pushing your towers. So I think right now it's a big focus on SNHU trying to do a 4-1. And find something here on the side with Fiora and try to lead the way.
And we've seen a bit of that right before that dragon too, because before that Chroma was on the split and was able to get that objective bounty before using his teleport. So going into the future, after this Baron, it might be, if they, like, SNHU main priority, make it through this Baron, just turtle and try to give as little as possible. And then if they're able to make that through, having Fiora on the split could be an excellent way back into the game.
Absolutely. You said the biggest piece there, turtle.
Yeah.
We need to see SNHU not give up free kills. We need to see SNHU not die on some of the edges. We need us just farming, and we need to see the Fiora looking for the fight. And you saw the Fiora looking topside, trying to clear some of the waves. Notice that the Ornn was the matchup, and that Darius was pushing bot, and Chroma started to head towards that bot lane to understand this is my matchup, this is where I'm looking to get a pick, this is where I'm fighting.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't really look like that impressive of a scoreline, but Chroma's definitely been drawing a lot of attention, and pressure from Molloy that they don't necessarily want to be giving, especially when there are other objectives on the map and other priorities that they definitely need to address.
Absolutely. And I look at
What? Tazo getting bursted. Oh, Suki just gonna take him out there, and it looks like Goku's out of position now. Gonna get almost bursted down there by Suki, but just so much tankiness coming through here from Goku. There's not a lot you can really do when it's just that much tank on Goku. Centerworld with a flash here. The R not really coming through there, but he's going to be able to double kill onto Toxic there. Now facing the Wrath of Suki, and Liam here just going to have to try to get out of there. Has these Navarres to come in clutch here with the dashes. It might just be the Splash Cone that gets him out there, and he is going to be able to escape before he gets another dash. Uh-oh. B1 coming around the corner here. Rounding the bend, he gets queued. Oh my god. That was such a unfortunate cue there, but Molloy and Tazo have the W's here. The W, goes a little bit wide. He's going to burst down that tower there. Molloy finding a double hook, but falls there to Proma, and Tazo is just going to be able to get out of there.
Now, that was not a great exchange there, I think, from SNHU. I didn't realize they were even pushing tower there. And the fact that they lost both their inhib tower as well as one of their nectar towers from Middle Peak, so it was not looking too great there for SNHU.
Yeah, and their vision right now for Molloy has been pretty on point here. Like, they got their deep wards going on, they got defensive wards for their jungler, and these entrances for the jungler mostly kept well lit. So I feel like playing around that, we've already seen them, being able to capitalize off of it a couple times here. But other than that, it's very difficult to actually walk into their own jungle when they have so much control over the vision. So.
Absolutely, and you're starting to see, the four SNHU kind of try to group together, look for something together, find their picks, and we're still seeing the Fjord, on the split lane, look for their 1v1s, and try to get their team back into this opportunity. But again, the gold lead is still around that 6-7k mark, and SNHU's trying to find their way back into the game. Where can it be a neutral objective? Can it be a pick? Can it be a great team fight? Can it be, the Fiora on the side? They're trying to find their opportunity, and this is really risky here from SNHU, as Fiora is just going to have to win this 1v1. Mysteria is going to push into their tower, but what more can they do against this Baron fight?
Yeah, that Baron fight, and Dragon Tempest going deep there is going to be able to find a lot of damage, but Proma on the split here with Molloy. Molloy trying to end the game here with the super minions. It is down to him to try to stop this here, and the ultimate is going to come through here. The teleport coming through, and Molloy is going to be able to end that game there. Molloy taking the victory here for the championship.
What a storybook telling for Molloy.
Yeah.
That's, being down 0-2, coming back in the reverse sweep, winning 3-2. The only thing I could say is they earned it. They definitely earned it. They 100%. Played a hell of a series. Absolutely outperformed us there in the last couple of maps, but I definitely give credit to Molloy and their players. They played a great series.
Yeah, 100% agreed there, and shout out to SNHU Blue here, who made it to the championship, and they were just so strong in the whole set there.
Absolutely, both teams were absolutely so strong. As I was saying earlier, we saw both teams give up leads, get into leads, be up 5k gold, and then lose it. They've been even throughout the entirety of the match, and that was an incredible series. What a storybook telling for Molloy, and unfortunately, not another trophy that we can add to the collection. But again, those Molloy players played a hell of a match, and they absolutely deserved it.
Yeah, 100%. But I think that wraps up most of the championships for us on SNHU. Our esports roster.
I think we actually have, I don't know if we'll be casting this, but we do have Valorant ECC finals happening Thursday next week. That should be at 7 p.m. So I don't know if we're casting that. We'll probably make some announcements out there. But if we do, 7 p.m. and we'll get to see our Valorant team or Valorant Yellow team kind of go and see if they can also take home a trophy for ECC. But another thing I want to say before we cut cast here is we're kind of wrapping up the semester, and huge shout out to our entire student workers, obviously Connor as well, but our entire content team, our entire operations team, all our varsity players, obviously myself being staff, I can only do so much, I think, in our program. And I think Bobby Krez feels the same way. I think Tim feels the same way. I think all the coaches feel the same way. And I love being a part of our community, around our community, trying to do as much as I can. And I know we have some seniors graduating this semester. I know we have a lot of seniors graduating next semester. I just want to make sure that they are shouted out, because this program would not function without any of them. And especially there's some students here that are on the prod team. Joe in the production room has been with us for, I want to say 4.5 years now, and this program wouldn't be the same without students like him and some of our other students in the program. So just a huge shout out to them. Love every single one of them, and I'm wishing them the best of luck in the future after finals week next week.
Yep, and good luck to everyone in their finals week. Hopefully, me too. Wish me luck. Trying to bring it home here, just graduate within the next semester. So other than that, that is our series here for our SNHU Blue. Thank you for watching and tagging along with us. It's been such an exciting adventure and journey, and I mean, despite the outcome, it's just every second of it, I enjoyed it. So I hope this is something we can all look back on and be like, this was a very nice experience. But other than that, I think that's all the league we got for you, and we are set. If we do cast that Valorant game, make sure to be tuned in on Thursday next week. So see you guys later.